This conference
About
will now be recorded.
about a year ago, I made a video called More Avengers, you know, and it was to
Islam.
give props and love and respect to all our master teachers that have inspired us throughout the years. And I've been in this movement for approximately since 2011, actually. So that's just a little over 9 years. And with all the videos that I've watched and all the classes and stuff that I've taken, I've been inspired by all these master teachers. And what's great is tonight we have 5 of the premier More Avengers in our lineup tonight. 5 of them, 5 out of the 7 that you saw in the video, which is amazing. So they're going to be presenting, giving some information and presenting what they have, showing their wisdom, giving their wisdom to all of us tonight. And yeah, we just have to sit back, grab a notebook and a pen and take some notes and just absorb all the wisdom. So just going to give you a little background on some of the presenters. The first presenter that we have coming up in probably about 15 or so minutes is the illustrious Hakeem Bay, the real Hakeem Bay, impropria persona Hakeem Bay, the real Hakeem Bay. And I like to call him Iron More because, I mean, I'll break it down for you. If you watch the More Avengers, you'll see why. But now he's been on the lecture circuit since the 80s. Thank you, Empress Roz, for that quick info at the beginning, because I said early 90s, but it got clarified. So 40 years of wisdom. 40 years of Moorish wisdom is going to be presenting in about 15 minutes. Just let that soak in. All right. So he's been on that circuit since 1981. And I remember when I first came into the movement, I remember coming across some of his videos, and they're old and fuzzy and blurry and stuff. So you knew that the majority of them, a lot of them were on VHS and then converted and then put up online.
Indeed.
And I remember he was the only Moor that I heard at that time talking about Atlantis and Mu. And, you know, we've always heard about Atlantis and so on in the background and is mystical and stuff, but he's one of the first Moor, at least the first Moor that I knew going into this knowledge. And it culminated in a bunch of books where he made the Journal of the Moorish Paradigm, which I have. I got 1, 2, and 3. Now, I just found out that there's a 4th book, and
There's
even more than
13. There's
that.
13
I was
altogether.
about to say that. I was about to say that.
You
So
got
I
one of the
found out.
old copies there.
Huh?
Yeah. I said you got
Yeah,
one of the old copies there.
yeah. And so I found out that there was 4th book, and then I found out there's 13, and I'm kind of upset now because I only got 3. All that to say,
We'll take care of that.
all that to say, there's so much wisdom, so much knowledge in these books. And also, he was the first Moor that I know of that created a virtual reality area for Moors to go check. Now, he did this back in 2012. This is way ahead of its time. Like, if you look at all these companies now, tech companies now, really investing into virtual reality. You see like companies like Samsung coming out with the goggles and
Sheldon,
stuff
not hearing it.
for virtual reality. And Master teacher Hakeem Bay was on that since. Matter of fact, he put that out in 2012. So obviously he was studying this before and getting into it before. So let that sink in. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of wisdom, 40 years of wisdom. You're going to get a lot of good information from this master teacher tonight. So he's the first presenter. Then the second presenter, we have Asir, the Duke of Tears. Now with him, he's the first Moor that I got in contact with when I got into this information in 2011. And this Moor is, I mean, he does everything. He draws, he paints, he does tarot, he does numerology, he does astrology. I mean, he had a website, he was selling red brick dust that protects the boundaries of your home. When you put the red brick dust in front of your door and nothing can cross. He was selling onyx eggs on his website. He was selling crystals. You just name it. He just had everything. He's a master occultist. He had all this occult wisdom. Everybody knows of Brother Panic, who's super knowledgeable. Aseer has just as much knowledge. I mean, there's just so much. He did Super Heru Radio back in the day on Blog Talk Radio. I remember listening to those podcasts. Yeah, I mean, a jack of all trades. That's why I call him Doctor Strange, because of the Moor Avengers, because he just has so much wisdom in all these different areas. You know, he be time traveling and dimension jumping and all that stuff. You know, astral traveling. You know, this dude does all of that stuff. So I mean, he was the first person that let me know that where I'm at, because I'm at Nuremberg, Germany, right here. And when I first started talking to him, I was asking, "What's this Moorish stuff?" And he said, "Well, you're in Bavaria." I told him I'm in Bavaria. He said, "Oh, you're in Bavaria. The Moorish influence is huge here. Just walk around the city and see what you find." And I had already been here for 8 years or so at that time. And then I started walking around, and then I'm seeing Moor's Pharmacy, Tucker beer with the Moor with the crown on top. I'm seeing coat of arms everywhere. And I said, okay, if it's in Nuremberg, it's got to be in Bamberg, which is 45-minute drive away. I went to Bamberg, it's all over Bamberg. I went to Regensburg, it's all over Regensburg. I went to Munich, it's all over Munich. And I was like, wow. So he opened up my eyes to a lot of stuff. And I took classes with Aseer for 5 years straight, from 2011 to 2016, once a month, every single month for 5 years straight. And it was almost like, well, it was university, but it was fast-paced university. So you had to study to really keep up, which was great. Half of my book list is from him. I mean, just so much wisdom from this brother. And to tell you how crazy he is, he wrote this, Dark Skull 418, the world's most dangerous comic book. Look how thick that is. Look how big it is. He wrote the whole thing, and there is a multitude of superheroes in here that he drew and he developed. Like, this dude is just, he's on another planet. He's like a modern day Pascal Beverly Randolph. It's just crazy. So he's going to be a second presenter. I mean, whenever you hear him talk, you always enjoy what he has to say. You know he's going to come with some powerful information. So get ready. He's also married to Selena Cordoba L. and she's a descendant of royalty from Cordoba. I mean, the whole family is talented. She does organic creams and stuff like that for the skin and for the body. Just great people. You'll love what he has to present. So the third presenter, third and fourth, I'm going to do them both together, is Empress Nika El Bay and Noble Lord Nature El Bay. Now, first time I met Empress Nika was when she came to Canaanland with Brother Nawi. And Nawi is Nature El Bay's brother, Master Teacher Nature El Bay's brother. And the one thing that I noticed is that Empress Nika is just so positive, just gleaming. She just comes in and just lights up the room, super, super positive with her energy. Always smiling, always encouraging. You could tell that you can tell that there's a lot of love emanating from her, you know, and just a pleasure to be around. Just lit up the whole temple, and it was great. It was absolutely great. And beside every strong man is a woman. And then you have Master Teacher Nature El Bay. Now, he was the time traveler. I call him the time traveler Moor from the Moor Avengers, because this dude is just totally calm, cool, collected, because he just knows what's going to happen. He just has that persona that he knows what's going to happen, breaking down complex wisdom into the simplest form so that, you know, anybody can understand it, a child can understand it. And the amazing thing about him is when you watch his lectures, I thought it was really interesting. When you watch his lectures, he has a camera down low and you're looking up to him. And it's an interesting perspective, and it got me thinking, where does this perspective come from? And it got me thinking, like, okay, if he's a time traveler, if you watch the More Avengers, you'll see, if he's the time traveler and he was chilling as Mayan nobility, he's used to being on top of a step pyramid talking to the people. So then I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So that's why he has the camera down low, so you can look up at him, because he's used to talking to the masses, right? So I thought that was interesting. And I think what's really another thing that's very, very interesting about him is you hear Moors and certain people talking about, you know, what the Moors have done, and, you know, Moors aren't doing anything and whatnot. But Master Teacher Nature has a trucking company, and it's called Moorish Trucking. So he's an example of taking what the Prophet laid out and bringing that forward, because the Prophet back in the day, he had moving companies, he had all these different Moorish companies, herbs and so on and so forth, all these different Moorish companies, you know, supplying the community. And so Nature is one of the few Moors that I know of that actually has a moving company that's called Moorish Trucking. That's in Asbury Park area, so it's one that you want to check out. So very, very inspiring, because it's rare that you see Moors with their own business, and he's one of them that has his own business. And that was inspiring also for me, to help me know that I'm on the right path when I started Sakina Moore Footwear just in 2019. I had this idea since 2009, but then when you see Moore doing something and has a business, that gives you that extra drive to, you know, to move forward. So that's those are the presenters 3 and 4, and then to anchor this great day of presentations, we have Empress Rahsmariah Bay. And I affectionately call her Storm, as one of the More Avengers, Storm, because she's a master of astrology. And anybody who's a master of astrology, you know, they pretty much control the weather. Let's just say it as it is. So I remember my experience with Empress Roz was the first time I saw her was in a lecture about astrology, and I think she was with the brother Azazel Bay, if I remember correctly. And she was in a dark room, and there was a board, and she was marking stuff on the board, and she was going in. And I've always been into astrology, but when I listened to that lecture, it went into depth, and I learned so much more from that lecture. And you can tell when she presents, she's really into it. She loves what she does, and she wants people to absorb the wisdom that she's putting out. And then next, when I saw her next, or a couple of videos, you know, I watched a few more videos, and then I remember seeing her on Sonetta TV, with the green background and her head wrapped and everything. And great interview. And I remember Sonetta was so took, he just kept saying how beautiful she was. Oh, you're so beautiful, you're so beautiful, you're so beautiful. But that was a great interview. A lot of wisdom and a lot of gems being dropped in that one as well. And that interview is where I took the picture of her to make the Storm image of her as Storm. And she also heads up RV Bay Publications, Rahsmariah V. Bay Publications, online university for Moors, and a great starting point for Moors anywhere around the world to just learn about culture and the history. This is one reason why the GS plugs that website so much, is because it's a great starting point for anybody who wants to get into this knowledge, and it's there readily available for everybody. I know I've been on that website. I've bought books from that website. Yeah, the service was great. I remember I bought a few books, and then I asked Empress Roz a couple of questions through email, and she communicated, and I got all the information, and I got all the books on time. Plus, the books that you order, you get extra books on top of that. Like, I ordered a couple of books, and then there was all this extra stuff that I got that I read through. So you're gonna love what she has to present for sure, because she's gonna come with some great info. So those are 5 more Avengers that we have presenting today. I know you're gonna love the presentation. And this is the 11th annual Noble Jubilee celebration. 11 is also a master number. The first master number is 11, 22, 33, and 44. And we have 5 presenters, which is love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and the 5 pillars. So that's the intro. I hope you all enjoy the lectures that we have. It's gonna be great. Make sure you have a pen, a pad, take down notes, as many notes as you can. It's gonna be a good one. It's definitely gonna be a good one. So thank you. Can't wait to get started. And let's do this. Islam. All right, so Brother Hakeem, whenever you're ready, I'll just make you a presenter. There you go.
Peace. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, Islam, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
All right. Let me know once you're able to see it. Is this something I got to do on my side, or could you make it be seen from your end?
Well, you're a presenter, so I think if you see the side panel.
All right, hold on one second. Let me go to the. All right.
I think in between where you have the mic and your camera, there should be like a screen with an arrow on it. I think if you click that, you'll be able to.
Oh, all right. All right. Start broadcast. Screen broadcast. All right. Let me know if you're able to see it now.
Yep.
I would like to send you.
Now it's your phone.
All right. Hold on one second. Let me get it to this. All right. Could you see it now,
Divine Government. Yep.
Prophet? All right. Cool. Peace. All right. Well, I got an hour, so I might as well get rolling. Again, Islam, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. And it's beautiful to be here with uh Brother Nature, Sister Nika, Sister Roz, Brother Asir. It's an honor, you know. Um, Let me just start off. I got so much that I wanted to cover. I was barely able to sleep last night. I was up all last night trying to put things together for today. And what I want to do is first just talk generally about all five principles in general, and a couple of things from the Prophet. And then my main topic is going to be the principle of love, the first principle. But as opposed to just talking about love, what I want to do is actually demonstrate love. We know that in terms of love and us loving one another, you want for your brother and your sister that what you want for yourself. And love is also sharing the good things in life with one another. So what I'm gonna do is actually present something that is actually an act of love in terms of what I want to share with you. I got some really, really good news. And I just want to say, this is 2021 and more's, it's time to get busy. I mean, really get busy now. Everything up to now just been boot camp, you know. Now it's time to hit the field and really get busy now. And so I'm going to read a couple of things coming from the prophet. And this is I'm gonna cover some very, very important things. I'm all happy and all jittery, but at the same time we got some serious, serious business to take care of. And now, the floodgates is wide open for us now. And so we really need to take advantage of this. But I'm gonna read some excerpts from this prophet makes plea to nation. And he starts off right from the very beginning. He says, our divine and national movement stands for the specific grand principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So he starts right from there saying that, the movement stands for specifically those five principles. That's what it stands for. That's what it's about. Excuse me. And that's what we're supposed to be fighting for. Now, looking at those five principles, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and in terms of the work that we supposed to be doing amongst our people and within the community, you could measure the degree of the success of our work up to now in terms of these five principles. And if you look at our communities, what you see going on is actually the opposite of these five principles. We look at these five principles, but people really look at, well, if we don't secure these five principles, what's the consequences? What's the opposite? Because if you don't secure these 5 principles, you're going to have the opposite. And so the opposite of love is hate. And you see in our community a lot of hate going on. The next principle, truth, the opposite of truth is falsehood. And again, you look at our community, you see a lot of falsehood, you see a lot of deceit, you see a lot of con games going on, and so on and so forth. Peace, the opposite of peace is disruption, chaos, confusion. And you see a lot of that within our community too. Violence against one another, just anger, everybody walking around with a chip on their shoulder. All right. The principle of freedom, the opposite of it is non-freedom, is confinement, restriction, oppression. And you see a lot of that in our community as well. How many brothers and sisters are locked up, on parole, this and that, limits to their freedom, ankle bracelets, and all kinds of crazy stuff, you know. And then justice, the opposite of justice is injustice. And again, you see our community suffering from injustice all over the place. And so, because we have not fully secured these 5 principles within our community, we are suffering from the opposites of these 5 principles. So, we have a lot of work to do. Now, the thing that's so funny about our people, though, is that we, like that saying says, we're so close, but yet so far. We are right there on the threshold of everything the prophet stated, all the good things in life. We're right there at the threshold, but yet at the same time, we're so far. So something just needs to click to push us over that threshold. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that in the last days there will come a new book. And he said that we are right on the threshold of that new day. All right. Now, let's look at what else the prophet said, because what I'm about to read now from the prophet is in line with what I'm about to present today. All right. So I'm going here and let me get to page 5. And I want to start off right here. He says, in connection with our religious aims and beliefs, we must promote economic security. Listen to what the prophet is saying here. In connection with our religious aims and beliefs, we must promote economic security. The preaching of economic security among us is by no means as widespread and intensive as the circumstances demand. The prophet was saying this back then. It still applies 100% right now. And this is why at the base, at the foundation of my love demonstration today is economic security. The prophet again says the preaching of economic security among us is by no means as widespread. So since it's not as widespread, I'm gonna get into it. And intensive as the circumstances demand. The prophet says no other one thing is more needed among us at this time than greater economic power, better positions for our men and women, more business employment for our boys and girls, and bigger incomes will follow our economic security. So look what the prophet's saying here. The prophet's not spooky. He's down to earth. All right. As a matter of fact, Sister Rosa let you know his sun sign is a Capricorn, it's an earth sign. And so the prophet is down to earth. Ain't nothing spooky about what the prophet's saying here. He's saying we got to get ourselves economically together. Continuing on, he says here, he says, we shall be secure in nothing. until we have economic power. So he's saying, like, no matter what we're doing, we're not going to be secure in anything until we have more economic power. A beggar people cannot develop the highest in them, nor can they attain to a genuine enjoyment of the spiritualities of life. So he's saying right there, a beggar nation, if you don't have your economic together, if you look at the pyramid, it's just on four square, which deals with material economic foundation. And then it rises to the height of spirituality, representing the peak of the pyramid, capstone. But at the same time, it sits on a four square base, which means until our people is economically secure, we can't really expect them to reach the height of spirituality, because a beggar nation, when you struggling financially, it's hard to focus on high spirituality. When you struggling to put food on your table every day, to pay rent, and you stressed out with that, it's hard to get into high and mighty spiritual things while you struggling to secure your basic foundation. Back in the days in New York, you know, there was a lesson that circulated. You know, there was a whole bunch of lessons. You know, in New York, we had that tradition of all these lessons circulating in the street. I had literally shopping bags full of lessons. We had what we call street enlighteners, and once you had an enlightener, he would supply you with different things. So I had brothers supplying me with crazy lessons, and some of these lessons were written by brothers and sisters who were locked up. They was like monks in a monastery. They was putting out a high degree. We used to call them plus degrees or plus lessons. General muck muck, all these lessons. There was a lesson called the 12 Jewels of Islam, and these 12 jewels is what the prophet's talking about. It's the foundation to everything. Everybody wants these 12 jewels, and unless everyone is secure in these 12 jewels, there's going to be problems. The 12 jewels I break into four sets of three each. The 12 jewels consist of, and these are things that everybody wants. And once everyone has this, they are content and they're in heaven. The 12 jewels is knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, and equality, food, clothing, and shelter, which is the necessities, and love, peace, and happiness. These are the 12 jewels that we want to secure for our people, for ourselves. We out of love, we want for our brothers and sisters that which we want for ourselves. And I want the 12 jewels in life. And I want it for my brothers and sisters too. What use is it for me to have the 12 jewels and my brothers and sisters don't? Continuing on, he says here, I'm going to the next page here. He says, our men and women and children should be taught to believe in the capacity of our group to succeed in business, in spite of the trials and failures of some of them. A little bigger. Trials and failures in business are by no means confined to any particular group of people. So he's saying that. So you know how a lot of times we think like, you know, our businesses, you know, fail more so. What we don't have no monopoly on business failures. All businesses go through different trials and failures. He says trials and failures are by no means confined to any one particular group of people. Some business ventures of all peoples fail. So we have to have confidence in ourselves. He says we have many men and women among our people who are qualified, both by training and experience, who are shining lights in the business world of all the people. It is a sad weakness in us as a people that we have withheld the very encouragement, support, patronage that would have made some of our worthy business ventures a grand success. And worst of all, some of our worthy business ventures, excuse me, and uh, and worst of all, have joined in the condemnations of them when they failed. And this is very important here. In other words, we have to support one another. Even if we don't support financially or physically in terms of labor, just encouragement, just endorsing and encouraging each other goes a long way. All right. And I'm going to raise this again, as we go along. And he says here, except in cases of actual dishonesty, discourtesy, lack of service, and actual unreliability, our business enterprises in every field of endeavor should have our fullest of confidence, cooperation, and patronage whenever and wherever they can be given. Read carefully the doctrines of the Moorish Science Temple of America. It contains our hopes, aims, rules, and articles of religion. Every member should have a copy. In conclusion, I urge you to remember there is work enough for all to do in helping to build a better world. The problems of life are largely social and economic, and that's what I'm about to get into. In a profound sense, they are moral and spiritual. All right. And so I'm gonna talk about that too. So on a basic level, our problems are largely social and economic. And then on a profound level, moral and spiritual. All right. And so this brings me to what I want to talk about today. It's all dealing with economics, it's all dealing with the prophet said that we should be talking about. And so this is what I'm talking about. And I have some very good news. Let me jump to this real quick. Hold on 1 second. All right. As the brother mentioned in the beginning, many of you know I've been working and building a virtual world since 2011 is when I launched Secret of Secrets and the whole thing dealing with the virtual world. Now, what's interesting, I know it's time. Um, Many years ago, 15 years before 2011, when I started working on this, the ancestral priests, the Babalaos and Babaloshis, they told me, because they knew what I had in mind. I've been working on and doing these things since 1981. And when they did the reading, they gave me the name Ajamu, which means he who was victorious after overcoming all obstacles. And they was rooting for me, the ancestral priests, the Babalas and Babaloshis, but at the same time, they shook their head. They said, Ajamu, you're going to have to go through it. You're going to have to overcome crazy obstacles. And they said, your ideas is avant-garde, which means they are 10 years ahead of time. So he said the ideas that you come up with, it's going to take at least 10 years for the people to see it, to understand it. And so I started working on this in 2011. Here we are in 2021. Time's up. Now's the time. When I was talking about virtual worlds and so on and so forth back then, people was looking at me like, what is he talking about? They couldn't really wrap their mind around it. Little did I know that a so-called pandemic, COVID-19, will wake people up to the virtual world and force them and corral them into my arms. And so now's the time for Matrix 5. Now, what am I talking about? I hear a little background noise. I don't know if somebody could mute their mic or something like that. All right, I think it went away now. Now, I want to paint a vision in your heads where the canvas is your minds and my paintbrush is going to be my words. And I want you just to visualize this because this is real now. You know, this ain't Matrix 5 and the virtual world and what I've been working on. It's not something to come. It's not something down the line. It's not a dream. It's not a wish. It's an actual fact right now. Right now in real time as I'm speaking, it exists. I don't need no wealthy investors, investing. I don't need none of that. It exists right now. All I need is the people. Now, just visualize in your mind a world where you wake up in the morning and instead of you getting dressed and rushing out the house to go punch a clock somewhere, all you have to do is just log in to Matrix 5. Now, what I want to do in Matrix 5, I have inside Matrix 5 is literally a virtual world. In Matrix 5, we have shopping malls and the stores and storefronts in Matrix 5 could transact real business in real time. In other words, other people walking around inside Matrix 5, you know, they could walk into your store and purchase something with their credit card while in Matrix 5 without leaving Matrix 5 right there. Hold on. Call is coming in right now at the wrong time. Let me see if I can decline her. Peace. Could you still see me? Wait, what's going on? That call came in right at the wrong time.
You're
All right. All right. Hold on. Let me start the broadcast again. I should have turned off that thing. All right. Could you see now?
Yeah, you're good now.
All right. All right. Where was I at before that interruption came? Yeah, I was saying, so not only now, if you a store owner, because what I'm doing with Matrix 5 is I'm reaching out to all brothers and sisters, no matter what business you have, what you into. We have space in Matrix 5 for you. So, for instance, you got a business, you want to open up a store inside the malls. We have many malls. Now, let me just mention that I own a virtual world grid. I'm not renting or leasing this virtual world space from anyone. I own the grid and I own the servers that the grid is on. In terms of the grid, the virtual world grid, and we know a grid is a matrix and a matrix is a grid. In terms of the virtual world grid, I have unlimited space, no limit, literally no limit. I could build regions, buildings, whatever from here to kingdom come. And I have my own service, dedicated service that's infinitely scalable. I can scale up to whatever. All right. So that's not even an issue. All right. Now, let's say you open up a store in Matrix 5, you put your goods in there, and though in Matrix 5, we're going to have two accounts, free accounts and what I refer to as cornerstone accounts. And now let me just mention that I'm doing this out of love for the Moors because really I'm not officially launching this phase of it until the 12th, the new moon. But being that this particular event was on the 9th, I said, man, this is a perfect time to offer this to the Moors first before the general public. So y'all could get in the door first because everything's going to be first come, first serve. We have different stores in the mall, some are different sizes. Some of them have stages inside with screens where you could put up chairs, you could do lectures in there, you could do whatever. You could be as the owner store, you could be inside of there when we do our networking event and market days on the weekends. You could tell your customers to come inside Matrix 5. They could come in the store, talk to you inside the store. You could show them the latest products. You could even do presentations to your customers. Now, the stores is just one thing we have in there. We also have in there, and I'm looking for business people, entrepreneurs. I'm looking for artists because in Matrix 5, I have a park set up, and each art park has four big domed buildings, and these are art galleries or art museums. And so if you're an artist, you get a instead of a storefront, you could get a one of those buildings and do an art exhibit, and that would be nice for brother Asir Lucatiers, to have your own. I know you're an artist, and to have your own building, your own art museum, art exhibit, and you could take people on tours. There's also technology where um, you could not even be there and set up audios so that when people come to different pictures and different artwork, it will explain itself to them. It will explain itself to them without you even being there. But on the weekends or whatever, you could actually do live tours of your exhibit. All right. In those same art parks, in the very center, I have a large stage with chairs, which will lend itself to open mic performances, et cetera, et cetera. All right. Let's say you're a videographer and you produce videos on. You could have your own movie theater, and I'm one of our cinemas. Our cinemas have uh, six movie theaters in each one of them, and you could have your own movie theater with chairs, screen. It has a rostrum so that afterwards you could take questions from the audience and everything. Let's say you're a teacher. We have classrooms available. Matter of fact, I have inside Matrix 5 a four region university campus with all types of buildings, all types of structures in there. I love that campus. I love sometimes just going to that campus and I walk around on the outside on the boardwalk of the campus and I be listening to music. I got headphones. In Matrix 5, I got headphones. I'm listening to meditation music. There's a big lake there with ducks and everything. I go in there. It's Matrix 5, even beyond the socioeconomic aspects, there's a healing and there's an even deeper, profound spiritual and moral aspect to it. But people get into that aspect later on. All right. Also, in Matrix 5, we have homes. We have actual homes in Matrix 5. Um, I have inside there other members, beautiful two-story homes with wraparound decks. You could put the beautiful thing about homes is that in Matrix 5, the only place where you can actually create things and build things is in your homes. We don't, let people just do it in general public because there'll be stuff scattered all over the place. So the only place you can actually build is in the homes. By having a home, by renting a home in Matrix 5, you become a content creator and you can create all kinds of virtual products in your home and you can sell them in Matrix 5, either through one of our stores, your own store. You can even sell out of your home. All right. Professional practitioners, healers, or whatever. You could set up meetings and consultations with people in your home. I met many people in the home, and they sat across from me, and we met right there. All right. So we have homes in Matrix 5. Uh, we have so many different things. I have meditation rooms up in the clouds. See, the beautiful thing about Matrix 5 is that not only could you walk and run in Matrix 5, but you could also fly and you could also teleport instantaneously to any region, any part of Matrix 5. Um, if you go to the website matrix-5.com, at the bottom you will see a video of me in Matrix 5, just in one of the stores, and I'm flying around in there and everything. All right. I don't know if y'all could hear it, but this is a video. I'm inside one of the stores here at Matrix 5. See, this ain't no flash screen. When we say virtual world, we mean virtual world. Now, this is the mall, and now I'm about to take off and start flying. And this is the mall. Over here, you see these futuristic looking buildings over here. This contain lounges, like chill out lounges, where people could just go chill and listen to music and talk with each other. Here you see the art parks with the dome building. And again, you could fly. And the beautiful thing, another beautiful thing about this also is that brothers and sisters with physical disabilities, when they come in Matrix 5, they could do everything everybody else could do. Here you see the art park. Here you see the stage at the bottom. Here's the buildings. This is literally a virtual world. Through Matrix 5, we're going to open up and create one of the largest free trade economic zones in the world. As a matter of fact, I don't know if y'all all familiar with the AFC FTA. This is the African Free Trade Zone. The United States of Africa, over 50 different nations agreed to this free trade zone, making it the largest free trade zone in the world, larger than the European Economic Union. What's going on in Asia? This is going to be the largest. It involves over 50 nations, 1.2 billion people, and over $4 trillion in trade. And we in the process now of connecting with them. I have a brother who's a member from Nigeria, who's a Moor, and he has family members involved in government. We in communication with diplomats in the United Nations. And listen, brothers and sisters, we about to, you heard of the golden trade of the Moors? What we about to do in this day and time will even dwarf that. What we want to do through Matrix 5 is line up the brothers and sisters and businesses here in North, South, and Central America and link them with Africa. And that's the domains of a Mexim right there. All right. And so I want to get the Moors on board now. Get your foot in the door now. The we have free accounts and we have the cornerstone accounts. It's only $97 a month. And you get your store, art museum, art building, whatever you want. As a matter of fact, we also have radio stations. You can have your own radio station for $97 a month that will broadcast in Matrix 5 and outside Matrix 5 on the internet. All right, so you can have your own radio station. There's so many different aspects to this, but $97 a month, that only comes out to be $24.25 a week, which is $3.46 a day. You can't even rent a booth in the flea market for $3.40 a day, $3.50. All right. And the beautiful thing for those who come in now, first come, first serve, you get first pick of the facility that you want in Matrix 5, and you're grandfathered in, which means when the price for these accounts rise, which it most likely will, this is just the introductory fee, you grandfathered in, which means your price will never change. All right, so I want to get the Moors involved as soon as possible. To register, you just go to the website and you can register for a free account or the Cornerstone account. Those who register for the Cornerstone account, I'm gonna begin training and onboarding next week. So get your spot, and we'll start. Also, you will have a storefront on the website. The page I'm on right now, the website I'm on right now, you will have a store on the website. We have a more marketplace on the website, so you will have a store or on the marketplace, which will connect to your store in Matrix 5. So you upload your products and services onto the website store, and then I'm gonna teach and train you how to link those same products to your store inside Matrix 5. And again, like I said, it could be any type of thing. You don't have to just be a store. It could be anything. We have offices inside Matrix 5 as well. So office space. As a matter of fact, I spoke with Brother Cujo before today, and the Canaanland Moors now has space inside Matrix 5. And I recommended the brother, that Canaanland malls get a storefront in the mall. So this way Canaanland malls could sell merchandise and services, as well as you could have meetings in the store. You could do presentations in there. You could get one of the stores with I want to get Canaanland malls one of the stores with the stage in it and the screens. So you could do presentations, whatever, have meetings in there, so on and so forth. All right. I'm looking to bring organizations in there. So if you have an organization, talk to me, and we'll definitely work out something. Because I'm looking to bring in as many organizations. And the way we have it structured is that when you get a Cornerstone account, you also become an affiliate, which means, like, for instance, like Canaan Malls or any organization, if the organization has an account, a Cornerstone account, and you invite your members via your affiliate link, whatever they get, Canaanland will get a portion of that. And the way it works is that for every 100 people that you get to come into Matrix 5 and get a Cornerstone account, that's $1,000 per month, passive income every month. All right, so this is a good way for organizations to raise funds and on an ongoing basis, and for their members to support their organization by supporting themselves in Matrix 5. So it's a lot of things going on, but I just wanted to give you a synopsis, and I wanted to bring y'all in on the ground floor. This Tuesday is going to be the official launch. So I'm a member of over 30 different groups on Facebook and, on TikTok and Instagram. So I'm going to be reaching out to all of them starting Tuesday. But I'm glad I had the opportunity to reach out to the Moors first. I want y'all to be there at the foundation as the cornerstone. All right. And then we build from there. All right. There's so much more I could talk about regarding this, but the goal of Project Cornerstone is to reach out to brothers and sisters, their businesses, anything, any more who's listening to this right now, whatever you doing, sign up. And since the Moors are industrious, and I know everybody's doing something, it don't have to be a business per se. It might just be a hobby or something that you just enjoy doing. Get some type of space in Matrix 5 because this is going to be worldwide. Just think about it. You wake up in the morning and you just log in. You could teach classes. You could communicate with people. You could be sitting there with a stocking cap on in your pajamas. People, people don't see that. All they see is your avatar in Matrix 5. And the avatars, I mean, you can make your avatar look however you want. Fez, turban. We got different lines of clothes. I got shopping malls for clothes. In terms of the homes, I got shopping malls just with furniture to decorate your home. You should see some of the homes that some of these brothers and sisters put together. This one sister named Johnny. Oh man, her house is just like crazy. The things that you could do with this is just incredible. And like I said, imagine now as we reach out, we creating this uh free trade zone within Matrix 5. We're gonna set up different regions. So the brothers and sisters, let's say from Jamaica or Trinidad, they'll have their own region. The brothers and sisters from Nigeria, they have their own region. And so now you want to set up trade relations and so on and so forth. You don't have to pay for an airplane ticket, paying all that money, then go there, pay all this money for a hotel. All you gotta do is log into Matrix 5 and go to that region. So instead of flying all the way to Ghana, let's say you want to make a deal to import some shea butter or whatever the case may be, moringa or whatever, instead of you having to go out there to Africa and hotels, all you gotta do is log in and go to the Ghana region and communicate with them right there, meet with them right there. And so this is gonna be within Matrix 5, we're looking to create the largest free trade zone in the world. There will be no barriers to trade. Inside Matrix 5, we also have a chat module that translates. So you know, the 100+ million brothers and sisters in Brazil who speak Portuguese, all you got to do is communicate them with through the chat, and it translates everything right there. So language is not even a barrier to the free trade zone that we're going to create in there. Let's say, let's say you run to a brother or sister who don't have a job. Matrix 5 is hiring. You could just sign up for an affiliate account and just invite people in. And every time they get an account, that's money in your pocket. You invite 100 people, that's $100 passive income. After you invite them, there's nothing more that you need to do. That's why it's called passive. Because once you do that initial work, like royalties, it just keeps on paying. Let's say a brother or sister want to take part and get a cornerstone account, but they don't have no website. They don't have nothing. They don't even have a business yet. You could come in through Matrix 5. We'll show you how to line up with drop shippers, and you could open up a store and open up a store on Matrix 5 website and in Matrix 5 virtual world and get started right away. Get started tomorrow. All right. If you don't have a website, we design websites. We have SEO specialists, all that on board. All right. So, brothers and sisters, no matter what you into, Sister Roska have classes inside there, everything. I mean, it's just so much. But contact me, and I have a project manager system where I can stay on top of all these different projects. So contact me, whatever it is that you into. Those who want to set up special joint ventures, special projects, I set up as a project and put you in as the project manager. And then we could both you have a dashboard and we could stay on top of it from right there. So it's so much to this. But like I said, contact me. Let's get busy. I want to get the Moors on the ground floor. Like I said, Tuesday, I'm reaching out to the general public. But there's so many things that we could do in Matrix 5. We could even run and operate government, self-government within Matrix 5. All right. All the mechanisms, everything we need is right there. And so I think I covered everything. It's so much. I'm sure that there's probably a thing here or there that I missed. But I want to, in the time that's remaining, I just want to take any questions that anybody may have about any of this. Please.
Peace. I just wanted to I just wanted to make a comment about what you're saying. For my footwear brand, I wanted to enter some shoe fairs right now this year, and all of them are moving digital now. All of them.
Yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to mention. As obviously, anything that what we doing in regarding Matrix 5 is COVID-19 proof. Ain't no lockdown here. Ain't nothing shutting down here. They can shut down whatever they want out here. It's not affecting us one bit. Matrix 5 and the stores and everything is open 24/7, 365 days a year. There's no social distancing. There's no shutdown. Meet and greet and communicate and socialize with whoever you want, however you want. All right. So that's the other beautiful thing about this. Everything is leading towards this. Y'all might as well get on the ground floor now. Everything is going towards this. But this is taking it to the whole virtual thing to another level. You know, on Zoom meetings and all the stuff and Google Classroom or whatever, you basically got like a flash screen and see there's a problem with what's going on. Humans, we are by nature social animals. We are social beings. And we have to socialize with one another. This whole thing of social distancing has harmful psychological and physiological effects on you. We're not meant to live like that. As a matter of fact, if you take a human being and put them in isolation, and when they isolated for too long, they literally lose their mind. Just like all those brothers in prison, solitary confinement, they said that was the scariest time in their life. I'm talking about the hardest thug in the world. Said the scariest thing they ever experienced was being locked up in solitary confinement. They were so scared of losing their mind because humans, we have to bounce things off of each other, even what we call reality. If we don't have another human being to bounce things off of, we lose touch with reality and begin to lose our minds. And so Matrix 5 has a healing aspect to it too, especially in the age of COVID-19 and all the social distancing. All right. So that's the other aspect of it. And like I said, eventually you see how they're shutting down everything out here. If you have a brick and mortar store, you could forget about it out here. It's not happening. And now that they talking about another shutdown, get your stuff inside the virtual world. There's a lot more to this. I'm gonna teach about. There's a deeper aspect to all this, but people, is not ready for all that. So let's deal with the basics, like the prophet says, social and economics, and then we get into the profound, more spiritual aspects. But yeah, more. I'm glad you brought that up. Any other questions or comments?
Actually, we wanted to refrain from actually Q&A because there's a
Oh, all
lot
right.
of there's a lot of people in the chat.
Oh,
It could get
all
pretty
right.
crazy.
Yeah, hard
But
to handle.
yeah, but what you're saying is right and exact because there's two fairs that I want to enter this year
Hmm.
for the brand, and both of them went digital because they can't
Yeah.
have people because of the COVID stuff. So
Yeah.
what it's pretty much exactly like you're saying. It's they set up a digital area and you
Hmm.
load and you put up your images and stuff like that, and then they have it open for a month and people buyers come and they can contact you directly and stuff like that. So yeah, still. But
Right.
anyways,
I
go
mean, the potential is unlimited. The stuff that we could do with this is just like it's just crazy. Let me just give the website. The website is on the screen. Again, it's matrix dash or hyphen 5FIVE.com, and you could go there. And like I said, even if you just sign up for a free account for now, but I would suggest the Cornerstone account so this way you can get your foot in the door and get operating as soon as possible. Between now and March 21st, which is the Morse New Year, this is going to be our registration drive phase. We're gonna we plan to officially launch on March 21st. So between now and then, all I'm doing is registering accounts, training, and onboarding, so that when March 21st come, we could just hit the ground running. All right. And I think that pretty much sums it up. I just, I would have been remiss if I would have came on here talking about the five principles and not let the Moors know about this ahead of time and give the Moors a chance to sign up ahead of time. You know, they've been like, all right, you talking about the five principles, you talking about love. It would have been loving to share this with us, So I would have been very much remiss if I didn't mention this. And I definitely want to invite all the speakers, on here tonight to speak to me so we can get you set up inside Matrix 5. You know, this is not to stop what the things that you already doing. This is just to enhance and to complement what you're already doing. So, I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody. I couldn't see why you wouldn't want to participate in this and be able to, meet and socialize with brothers and sisters across the world. All right, not just locally. Those of you who have businesses, ask yourself, how many of you doing business with brothers and sisters in Brazil? How many of you doing business right now with brothers and sisters in Africa or the Caribbean? Matrix 5 will open the doors to all that. All you gotta do is just log in and go over there and meet with them. All right. So I look forward to all you more getting on board. Like I said, I want, the reason why I'm presenting to y'all first is so that y'all will be on the ground floor. Y'all be the cornerstone of what we got to do because y'all have a better understanding of social economics and government and law than the average person. So I would love to have y'all there at the foundation. There's so much for us to do. Peace.
Peace, brother. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for all the work you've been putting in for uplifting fallen humanity, and I want to thank everybody that's tuned in to the live.
Thank you. Thank you
No
for
problem. Peace.
And
that. Yes, I look over. It's been 40 years, but I'm still fresh, as enthusiastic as day one. Matter of fact, in some ways, even more so. You know, I'm not discouraged. All these 40 years, 4 decades, like they say, the race is not to the swiftest, but to he who can endure. I always tell people, this movement, this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. I've seen people, brothers and sisters, come and go. But I've been here 40 years, ain't nothing changed. Peace.
peace. And so to all the Moors out there, if you want to see more on the on Matrix 5 as well, you can go to Canaanland Moors YouTube page and check out the video that we did with Master Teacher Hakeem Bay about 8 years ago when he presented Matrix 5 Matrix 5 to us. It was really, really dope. It's very, very in depth as well. There's a lot of information in that video. And part of that lecture, I put in the more video as well. So just go check that out, and you'll get a lot more information. I believe it was like a 2+ hour lecture that he gave. So check that out. Go to Canaanland Moore's YouTube page and search Hakeem Bay Matrix 5 lecture, and it'll come up. It's about from 8 years ago. All right. So now we have a little bit of time before our next master teacher coming on, which is Brother Asir. I'm looking in the chat and I don't see him anywhere, so he hasn't come on just as yet. Yeah, so that was great information. And like I was saying, that's the way things are going now with the digital presentations. Some companies are just or some fairs are just setting up a place where you can load certain things, load up videos and pics and so on, and they connect you with specific buyers that they can contact you via phone, via text, or via email. And some actually are setting up a full virtual site similar to Master Teacher Hakeem Bay's Matrix 5, where you walk in and there's an avatar greeting you, and there's a table and places to sit and so on and so forth, with screens flashing images and so on and so forth. So he's been on it. He's way ahead of his time, that's for sure. On some Iron Moore, Tony Stark business. All right. So let's see, we have another 15 minutes. So I guess I'll tell a story about when I first came into the knowledge and I started traveling around. So I went to, like I said, I was traveling around the area in Bavaria in Germany, and just seeing Moors, everything, everywhere. And so much so that I was just taking pictures everywhere I went. I was seeing Moors pharmacies dating back, the one in Nuremberg here that has a logo of a Moor's head with a full-on afro dating back to 1442. The one in Regensburg was 1517. if I remember, dating back to 1517. Bamberg, once again, going back to, I believe it was the 15 or 1600s. So if you think about this, when people say about racism in Germany and so on and so forth, these have been around since then, and these were not destroyed by the Nazis. So it's something to think about, to the point where a friend of mine actually saw a video on YouTube where it shows the Nazis marching past the Moores Pharmacy here in Nuremberg, and nothing happened. They didn't try to destroy it or anything like that. Now this video I haven't seen myself, but he saw it on YouTube and he forgot to save where it is, but he told me about it. And so, you know, this is something to think about as well. Now, one of the reasons why I believe it's important for us to be who we are is because now in Germany, especially, you know, with all the stuff that's been going on with all the stuff that's been going on with so-called Black Lives Matter and whatnot, is that you have people now coming out, and this has been going on for some years, but it's been brought to the forefront more so in the last year, where people are saying that Moor is calling us Moors is derogatory, and there's Moors Street in Berlin, and it's surrounded by Parliament buildings, different buildings. Now, if anybody understands urban planning, the way they plan out cities, streets have specific names, and then they build buildings around these streets for a reason. They don't just put stuff, you know, they don't just put stuff haphazardly. They actually plan it out. And for years, you know, I've been hearing the rumblings of people complaining, oh, Moore Street, it's bad and so on. And then the Germans were saying, well, this is the history, there's nothing wrong with it. And then over the past year, I heard that they're actually changing the name. They're changing it from Moore Street to something else. Now within this street, it's a small little street, there's statues of the, if you want to say, forefathers of Germany, people in the Prussian army and whatnot. And the general of the army was a Moor named von Zeiten. And the statue of him, he has a fez on, there's a feather coming out, there's a tassel, and he has a leopard cape and a scimitar sword. Big, huge statue. And it's on the street. And I presented this in the first video that I did for Canaanland Moors back in 2012. And so they're changing the name. And you have these Asiatics saying that Moor means this and Moor means that and it's bad and so on and so forth. And what I think is the only way that they can get away with this is because we're not being ourselves. If we come out and put it on the world stage that yes, we are Moors, they can't really say that Moor means this and this is a bad or derogatory name or so on and so forth. We should be being ourselves. And so this is what's going on. And for me, this is difficult because I'm seeing this and I'm thinking they're erasing our history. And they're erasing our history because nobody's really claiming it. They're erasing the names and nobody's really claiming it. And it's only when you start getting into the treaties and so on, this is where you start seeing Moors and so on and so forth. So I think this is one reason that it's really important for us to be ourselves and let it be known that we are Moors. I've told this story before. I remember going to an African festival and a German stopped me. Now, whenever I go out, I'm always in habit, always. Either a turban or a fez on, always. And now with turbans, when it rains, I have a turban on rather than the fez. So I'm always in habit. I remember going to an African festival, and the German came up to me and you know, he asked about the Fez, and we started talking, and then he said black people. Mentioned something, and he said black people, and I said, well, sorry, but I'm not black, I'm a Moor. And he apologized. He's like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I know that you're a Moor. It's just that your people have been saying that they're black now and so on and so forth. So I'm really, really sorry. I said, it's all right. It's all right. Like, he was really, really apologetic, and he felt really, really bad. I said, it's all right. And he said, you know, I know you all as Moors, but your people are saying that you're black. So I just thought that that was the right thing to say. And this is the thing that I learned being out here, is that at least our generation, they learn us as Moors. It's not black people are Moors, it's just Moors. That's what they learn in school. It's not the black people are Moors, it's just the Moors, 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 Moors. That's what they learn. And friends have told me this, friends that taught at the highest level of high school, which is gymnasium, that's what they learn. You know, in regular school, that's what they learn. And so what I'm noticing is this is slowly disappearing as we refuse to be ourselves. I posted a video about going to, I believe it was Bamberg, and I went to the Moors tea shop and having the conversation with the woman working at the tea shop. And she was telling me, she was saying, I don't know why, you know, people are fussing about the Moor, the name Moor and so on, because this is the history. And then she broke it down to me. You have the Moors pharmacies, and we're speaking German, so this is all in German. Moors pharmacies, and then she said the Löwe Apotheke, which is Lion's pharmacy, she said that also is dealing with Moors. And the Einhorn Apotheke, Einhorn is one horn, which is unicorn pharmacy. She said that's you all as well. So she broke that down, and I didn't know that. And this was 2 years ago. Or no, this was, yeah, probably like 2017. I did a video on this as well. And I went there and I bought some teacups with the Moors logo on it. Matter of fact, I remember sending a couple of trinkets to Asir and the family, like little containers with the Moors logo on it. Actually, here it is. And this is Bamberg. So this is the logo. This is Mohren House, which is Moor's house, and that's in Bamberg. So this is the bag that I got with the stuff. So yeah, this is I think one of the reasons why I think it's really important for us to be ourselves and be ourselves all the time and be in habit all the time. Because then this lets people know that you know who you are. You know, when I travel, wherever I travel, I've been through the Turkish airport in Istanbul. People are stopping me wanting to take pictures all the time. You know, there's people stopping me and saying, Ottoman, Ottoman, yes, very good, Ottoman, like the Ottoman Empire, you know, wherever I go. And you see fezzes everywhere. You know, I did a video about my time in Ghana when I walked into the restaurant and the waiter said, welcome, Your Highness. And he said it in Ga, so I didn't understand what language he was talking. But the taxi driver that was taking me around, he explained that to me once we left the restaurant. So I've seen fezzes in Vietnam at the Ho Chi Minh Museum. The gods of the land and so on and so forth wear fezzes. There were little statuettes and they all had fezzes on. So I travel a lot, and the beauty of it is by me being introduced to our history like this, and I remember Asir saying this, and it's so true. once you're introduced to it, when you go anywhere, you see it everywhere. Everywhere you see it. So I've seen it all I've seen it in Vietnam. I've seen it in Taiwan. Matter of fact, there's a brand called Mindel, and they make teacups, and the logo is a Moor. And I bought that teacup for the temple, for the Canaanland Moor's temple. I remember buying that teacup. The first time I saw that was in Taiwan, and it happens to be a company from Austria. And so the logo is a Moor, and it's a white outline, but I remember seeing the original drawing, and it's an actual Asiatic boy with a fez on. The original drawing that was colored in and everything, it's an Asiatic boy. So this is important. This is why I think it's very, very important for us to be ourselves, because they're slowly, at least here in Germany, they're slowly moving and erasing the history because Asiatics that don't know no better are complaining about it. All right. And I've been, places I've traveled to, I've been to Australia, I've been to New Zealand, and in the Maori people of New Zealand, in their language, Maori, or M-A-U-R-I, means life force. So people telling you that, you know, Moor means stupid or whatever it is, they don't know what they're talking about. And I took a picture of that and I presented it in Juali Day, I think it was 2 years ago when I did a presentation. Right? The picture of it, it says Maori, and this was in the museum. This is in the museum in Wellington. So, and they're the Maori people, you know. So, New Zealand was it, or was it Australia? One of the places I remember going to an old bookstore. Now this is a great place. This is a great thing. When you go to places, look for old bookstores and old antique stores, and this is where you start seeing more lamps with the blackamoor holding the lamp and so on and so forth. It's really, really, really cool. So go to old bookstores. You'll get a lot of great knowledge and wisdom there for super cheap. And go to old antique stores, and you'll see a lot of stuff. All right, so we have another 5 minutes. Couple more minutes before Asir comes on. Just got a message that he should be calling in soon. Yeah. So Germany is one of, matter of fact, all of Europe. It says Moorish everything, everywhere, everywhere. I've seen it in Sweden. I've been to Gothenburg, Sweden. I've seen it in Sweden. I've been to Cordoba. Spain. I've been to the Alhambra, but unfortunately, I didn't get in. Like, I went around the area. I did a little video on that, but I didn't get in because we booked the tickets too late. You have to book the tickets at least 2 days in advance. So when we went there, we went to the counter and they said that the tickets were all sold out. But we went to the Great Mosque in Cordoba. There's a video up on Canaanland Moors of me walking through their beautiful, beautiful temple. And what's interesting about that experience is they were, to get into this mosque, they were trying to tell me that I couldn't get in with my fez. The security was saying you can't get in with a hat. You know, yep. I said it's not a hat. And luckily I had my nationality card. I pulled out my nationality card and I said, here's my ID, and you see it's on, so it's not a hat. And so the security guard was kind of tripping. So I said, let me speak to your advisor. The advisor came in. He was all apologetic. He said, I'm sorry. He doesn't know any better. Just come in here. Please come in. You know, so I went in there, but they were tripping to let me in with the fez, which was really strange. Yeah. And at that same time, I remember this was the first confirmation that I had that the Americas was known as Al Maghreb Al Aqsa, because in Cordoba there was a Moroccan restaurant, and I was there with my friends, and we decided to go get something to eat there. And so when I went in, I was checking the menu, and I wanted to make some vegan changes to the menu. So the waiter came up, and I asked him, "Can I make some? I see a couple of things. Can I make some changes?" And he said, "With that hat, you can make any changes you want." And he walked away. So I'm thinking, and he comes back, and I said, "Well, thank you, but this is not a hat, it's a fez." And he said, "Yes, I know. I'm from Morocco." And I said, "Oh, okay, I'm from Al Maghreb Al Aqsa." And he said, "Marhaba," which means hello in Arabic, and then he walked away. So I'm here thinking, does he know what I'm talking about? Because, I hear this all the time, and I never really believed it. So when he came back, I said, "Yeah, when I said Al Maghreb Al Aqsa, I'm talking about North America." He said, "Yes, I know." And he walked away. So he was the first person to confirm it, and I was tripping after that. I was like, wow, so it's really true when Moore say this is Morocco. So he was the first person. The second person was flying through Paris Charles de Gaulle airport, and the security guy was Moroccan. So I'm going through, I asked for the pat down. He asked me about the fez, I told him about it. And he asked me where I'm from. I said, Al Maghreb Al Aqsa. He said, okay. And I checked it again. I said, I'm talking about North America. He said, yes, I know. He said, all right. So he was the second person, also from Morocco. And then the third person was, I made a video about it. So on Canaanland Wars with a friend Bashar. He's from Jordan. He's Palestinian from Jordan. He went to Harvard. And that was actually the first time I met him, because I was staying with friends, and he just saw it, and we just started talking about history. And that's why in the video he said, that's why I wanted to ask you about the pre-colonials, because he saw this and we started talking about that. But I was with my friends, my friend's husband, and he was there, and he kind of felt a little left out because Bashar and I were just talking all of this history. And he said, yes, he knows Al Maghreb Al Aqsa is the Americas, and I started filming him. And at the end, he said, that's known, like it's normal info, So yeah, it's once you start talking to people, and I call that video take your affairs amongst what the prophet said. Take your place amongst the affairs of men. That's what it was. And so you have to start talking to people that aren't from North America. Once you start talking to people from other lands, they confirm everything that the prophet said. I even had a conversation with an Egyptian brother, 22 years old, on a bus traveling from Toronto to Montreal, which is a 5-hour trip, and we were just talking the whole time about history, and he confirmed it as well. He said, yeah, well, with the translation, yeah, Al Maghreb Al Aqsa, the far away, yeah, it's the Americas. So he confirmed it as well. And he told me too, in Egypt, there's no black and white or light skin, it's just Egyptian. So yeah, it's important to be who we are. All right, so let's see where Brother Aseer is. Okay, don't see him here. I guess he must be having trouble with his internet. Okay, so maybe let's see, maybe, do we want to move, do we want to move Empress Nika El Bay and Lord Nature El Bay up? Or do we want to continue waiting for Aseer? Pose that question to the Grand Sheik.
Yeah, peace. We can get the next one up, Mark.
Okay. So, Master Teacher Nature, is that all right with you? For you and, well, actually it's Empress Nika El Bay, actually, who's presenting next. Would that be okay with you, Empress, to present now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? And are you able to see me as well?
No, can't see you. And I apologize
Is
for
there
making that
anything?
mistake.
No need. It's all love.
Okay, there's the side panel there on the side. If you click on the camera, we can see you'll be able to see you.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. 1 second. I'm using my son's laptop, so it's not used to this. Give me 1 second.
There we go.
Oh, okay, you can see me now.
All right.
1 second. Let me adjust my camera for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. So can I back it up a little bit? It's so close. That's the button on here. That's the one. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
All is well?
Yes.
You can hear me fine? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. It's
Islam.
not more. I don't mind coming early. I'll do whatever to keep everything in order. I wasn't quite prepared to start now because I had some other personal things doing. I had rearranged my schedule according to the time slot, but I would move forward. Islam? I'm sure Brother Nature wouldn't mind if I have to get off a little bit sooner. I'm going to try to extend my obligation before. I'm sure he won't mind coming a little bit earlier. Is that all right?
Yeah, that should be fine. No problem.
Okay. So I had a little bit difficulty. I had a whole network presentation on here on my device, and for some reason it didn't want to come through. It wouldn't complete its cycle. I guess consolidate in its file. So I have to utilize my material, my books, what have you. So I apologize if I'm just all over, because I tried to do it on a single presentation. It didn't work. But anyway, Islam, all is well. Wisdom, will, and love to everyone. I give honors to the synchronicities that got us all here today. I want to first give praises to Allah, the great God of the universe. Honors to His noble divine prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Give honor to Brother Cujo, Canaanland Moors. Congratulations, and give love to this 11th annual Prophet's Day, Islam to that. I want to give honor to you, brother, for monitoring the connections for all of us here on this platform. Give honors to you, and to give honors to all the other speakers, Hakeem Bay, Asir, myself, Islam, Brother Nature, and my sister at law, Sister Raz, and give Islam to all of you. And this is so new. This whole virtual, as Brother Hakeem Bay was talking about. And it is a new era of time now. And it deems us necessary to be able to raise our vibration, to be able to meet the demands of what's going on in society and in the world. We know that this is both a spiritual experience, a spiritual warfare, a spiritual cleansing, as well as a physical experience. And those things are conjoined in one another. And that's the likeness what the movement is dedicated to. And a prophet, and in this electrified age, men are racing into this world without understanding of where they're going or what the end should be. And everyone's ideas of what life is misplaced. And it's rare that in this life you have a prophet whose mission was the salvation and a savior of humanity. And give honors to him, give honors to Allah manifesting his thought on January 8th, 1886. Giving birth to our Prophet Noble Drew Ali, who came with a mission and a purpose and a great uplifting program to save humanity from themselves, ideally. And, it was the works of our prophet that makes every nation of the earth accept the truth that he has to bring. And it is through the teachings of our prophet that the nations of earth will understand the will of the master. And it would be through him and now through us that peace on earth and goodwill to all men will come. And it would be through his work and now through our work that humanity will be brought from the slime of life and placed on a solid rock of foundation. And truly our prophet Noble Drew Ali brings the messages of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, which is the subject matter, the idea for the lecture for today, in which we are expressing the need to show the importance of these major grand principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Islam. And years ago, we used to travel the road, and we would travel on Prophet celebration to different jurisdictions, different temples, and we organized a foundation, that encompassed not just our, but many other groups within. Okay, something just popped up. Are you asking me to share my screen?
No, I just made you a presenter. So if you wanted to present anything, you can present it. That's all.
No, I can't.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. Just continue. Just continue. No problem.
Okay. All right. Islam. So years ago, this is all very new, and I really love the fact that we have the opportunity to get more acquainted and learn this technology, because a lot of us are being forced to deal with the technology, as Brother Hakeem was saying. But years ago, and it's always a pleasure to press your brother and your sister's hands, and that's one of the things that the love aspect has been taken away, in being able to deal with each other and blend each other's auras together. And that stopped, with this separation of being united. It doesn't allow us to fill each other's aura with positivity, because if your aura is great and you're around someone whose aura is not so great, you have an opportunity just to be in each other's space to uplift the person without even trying to, the metaphysics of it. So we have to find more ingenious ways of being able to keep the energy and the connections and man's interactions with each other is still strong. We don't want that to be absent in this field that we're moving towards of the technology. And so, but we used to travel the road, and we had groups where we united with different Moors, and we all came together, different temples. We all came together for the common cause. Although we disagreed on some aspects, we were able to put our differences to the side and come and unite together for the purpose of the celebration of our Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And we did that for many years. And it was a blessing to be able to unite and press with Moors. And that's where we are today. Being able to learn how to, even with our differences or our misunderstandings of what the movement may be dedicated to, or everyone comes on Islam in different degrees. We all say that. And even regardless of what degree of Islam you come in on, we all, meet together on a level and we part on the square, So that's always been something that we have to keep, that love. And that's what the love is. The love, regardless of what we experience and what we disagree, the love is there, and the love will keep us united. And the truth that we share for one another, the truth will always be that balance. When we have a disagreement, what is the truth? And that's what we roll with. That's what we go with. And that's what we govern ourselves according to, the truth. And this is what the movement, in its grand scale, this Moorish Divine and National Movement, is really about balancement of the energies in its true essence. The 5 principles, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, are principles and energies and their vibrations, really, of essence, their vibrations. And a person has to be able to raise their thoughts and raise their vibration to be able to deal with certain energies or principles of law. And these are laws of nature, in essence. Love is a law. Truth is a law. And because we backslided so far, we fell out of law. We fell out of law of, hold on one second, something just popped up. I'm sorry, Moy, something just popped up on my screen.
That's all right.
In
You're still
essence,
good.
because of, I'm still good. Just let me know when I'm not. Islam. So I just wanted to, I wanted to build upon, it was hard to choose, and you don't have to choose, but all of the principles are relative and they're all necessary. But I think that what we experience in, from my perspective, is justice, is what we are feeling, is the justice, because it says when love, truth, peace, and freedom are violated, justice then must take its course. And this is what's going on right now. It's taking its course, but it's on so many levels. And only those with eyes can see can really understand the level of justice that's taking place. And for a person to have humility, can sit back and do the one to the justice. And instead of taking the ego perspective approach to this is not fair or this shouldn't be, to be a master, you sit back and realize, okay, what is? And how do I correct that? And what was my place in that? Or how do I change that frequency and make it become something else? Because we're all experiencing it on different levels and different degrees. Islam. And I wanted to go into the divine warning for the prophet for the nations. It says, those who fail to recognize the free national name of their constitutional government are classed as undesirables and are subject to all inferior names and abuses and mistreatments that the citizens care to bestow upon them. Right? And it also says, going down, that there was but one issue for them to be recognized by this government of the earth, And it comes through only through the connection of the Moorish Divine National Movement, which is incorporated in this government and recognized by all nations of the earth. And through it, their children can receive their divine rights unmolested by other citizens, that they can cast a free national ballot at the polls under a free national constitution, state's constitution, not under a granted privilege, which has been an existing condition for many generations. And then he also says that, let me here. I'm sorry, Morris, I had.
Take your time, you're good.
I, the prophet, truly believe that my people will find the true and divine way of their forefathers and learn to stop serving carnal customs and merely ideas of man that have never done them any good but have always harmed them. So he is calling out a divine plea to all true American citizens. But basically, they have fallen from true light into utter darkness of sin. And there is not a nation on earth today that will recognize them socially, religiously, politically, economically in their present condition of their devilment, in which they try to force upon a civilized world. And they will not refrain from their sinful ways of action. And their deeds have brought Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that brings harms to human beings on earth. So the Jim Crowism and the Christian Black Codes of 1724, those are the same things that we're experiencing still to this day. And in essence, when the Moorish Divine National Movement, the prophet is explaining and showing us that this is a dual type of movement. It's both spiritual and it's physical. And you can't really separate, it's not designed to separate the two. The Divine National Movement was and is talking about adhering and living according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And in order to be a true citizen, and we know what Prophet was reading the Divine Constitution bylaws, that we have to honor and keep up to be a true citizen. We have to keep honor and keep up on what our principles represent. In most governments, the law of the government is its religion, and you can't separate the two. So you can't be a Moor and not claim your religious ties or religious your religion. And your religion dictates your activity and also dictates the laws that you put out or enforce. And so they're dual, they're one and the same, and they complement one another. So the Moorish Divine National Movement is truly divine. And it was something that he said that you cannot break up, you cannot tear up, it'll tear you up. And so this is something that we as a people have been trying to figure out, the Asia as North America, so that he came with the message of salvation for all people and for the nations of the earth. But because of these principles, we have slid so far from the truth that we cannot gain to this higher spiritualities of life, because we have fallen into utter darkness of sin. And Prophet Noble Drew Ali's message, his Holy Quran, he came and he brought us very simple tools in order to save ourselves. And the Holy Quran and Moorish Science Temple of America, as simple, as small as the book is, it's so divine in its application of it. The science and the principles of the Holy Quran is truly something that can really uplift the fallen nation. And I give honors to Noble Drew Ali for coming and giving us the platform and the tools necessary for us to continue on this path of saving humanity. As we know, he is a savior of humanity. And so when you speak about honoring the 5 principles, there are vibrations, and there is another workings as we govern by different laws of nature. We talk about, astrology. We talk about the different laws of nature, meaning of the elements. And when we look at the elements and how the elements are effective to us, Islam was, sorry, I have a sore throat. Yeah, I got it. the 5 elements. You have 5 elements: fire, water, earth, air. There's the element of wood. And when you know how and understand how to change the ethers, then you can raise the vibration, you can raise situations to where you're able to subdue those things that were not good for us or harmed us, but just utilizing the principles. And that saying, fake it till you make it, it's not the sense that you're faking it. It's the sense that you are focused your attention on raising on a certain vibration. And when you tune yourself to that vibration, then you become one with it. You become matched to it. And really that's all that's needed. Because the prophet said, a member's interest is in one direction. And not even a member, but if you focus your energy in one direction, it has no choice but to vibe and tune itself to you and with you. And so I want to get into the elements, which are in harmony also with the 5 principles, because they're all one and the same. Their energies and their frequencies. And if we understood the sciences, and we do, and it's a matter of exercising on certain principles of laws of nature, then we could begin to take this to another level. The prophet said we can't, this movement, like Hakeem Bay was saying, it's this issue is economics, and we can't attain to the higher spiritualities of life because our economics is an issue. And when you talk about what the economics economics is how a nation or people govern their govern their affairs. And we haven't. When the prophet was informed, he had so many businesses. And if you, the Morse Manufacturing Company, if you totaled up and examined everything that he did back then, it doesn't amount to where we could have been today. We've done so much, but if we do it more collectively, we can be more effective. We all have brilliant minds, and Moors have businesses all over. And if we have a collective unit and a collective way of transacting and doing business together, then we can cure that economic issue that we have. There's a statistics out there that shows that how long does money stay in circulation in certain communities. And it is our community where the money doesn't stay in our pockets or our community for too long. As soon as we get it, we go in and we're spending, and we're transferring those to other communities, other nations, building their wealth and their economy, because they're doing the economy within themselves. And we are people, we have to do the same. Money doesn't make the man. It's free national standards and power that makes the man in a nation. And we have the power, we have the minds, we have already created entities and LLCs or what trusts in which we can be able to unite these things together to build upon an economic structure to where we can now focus on the spiritualities of life and to deal with the issues of our youth and of our children and our households and our families. We can't get a house in order because of those issues. So that it is very relative economic security for us to be able to move forward in any realm, in any venue. We have to deal with the issues of economic security, and there's no going around it. We won't be securing anything until we're able to do that. And that's something that we're all working on. And that's something that I know for sure that we'll learn. We've come a long way, and we will overcome it by just dealing with the love principle, the 5 principles that keep us united and keep us grounded for one another. So when you talk about the energies and the elements, there are a relationship that happens, because you can't have peace without justice. Peace in society depends upon justice. And there's a relationship that happens with all of these principles. And there's also a counter relationship that happens if there is a negative respect to the energies and the principles. it causes it causes an imbalance. And I've been I have been dealing with I've been a feng shui consultant for some years now. And when I first got into the science of it, I didn't quite understand really what it really meant. Because today most people are deal with this just the standard of things and don't really look at the inner meaning of what things represent. And as I'm looking and seeing that everything is about mathematics and equations, even astrology, you have conjunctions, you have sextiles, you have all these things that have relationships and things that change these relationships, and that's life. And I say, well, there's a relationship between these principles, and there's a relationship between these elements, and what is that? And once you understanding that it was far more than just understanding the equations and the mathematics of the environment and how to be able to change our environment to become more balanced with humans. It was a relationship with the elements themselves. And I had to go on through an initiation to really be true to the science. And it's a whole nother world. When you tune your will with deific will, it's a whole nother world that is unknown to man. And I think that if once people begin to understand and just sit and be still, like in prophet said that men are racing into this world without understanding where they're going, who they are. If we just slow down and understand and tune our will with that of the deific will, then we can set aside the ego and see things from its natural, pure sense. Because the Moorish Divine National Movement is very simple. It's really built upon really simple principles and a really simple program that really deals with a plethora of other grand issues. And the foundation is all you need. All you need to expel and expand and to scale. We talk about scaling in business, but that's all you need to scale is to be able to tune yourself to the vibration, really get into what the inner meaning is, and try to become an example and try to work with that principle. And when you begin to work with the principle, doors open up, and something that seems so simple becomes so grand because it's like, wow, I thought this Holy Quran was just a simple book. But as I went into it, it became much more than that. You begin to see the relationships of other scriptures. You begin to see and learn about the stories of our ancestors and our forefathers. You begin to understand the genealogy and really tap in self. He says, go back to the state of mind of your forefathers. You're really, when you tap into it, you really are able to go into the spirit and the mind of the ancients. And this is the only thing that we are here and calling to do, is to get an example of what we are to do. Most of us wasn't raised in this consciousness in our homes, and we had to find our way through. We had to find our way through all of this confusion and madness. And again, rare that we came a prophet that just gave it all to us in one piece, in one program, or one movement. And so when you began to see and slow down, I said, wait a minute. I began to understand a relationship with the fire. I had to humble myself to the fire. I had to understand that, listen, it has its own, it is its own energy, its own being. It's equal in the water. So you have to communicate with these elements and learn that they are a part of me. But you don't see it and you don't feel it. Like the creator is all a part of us, but we're not one with it. We don't see it because we're not still. Listen to the small, still voice and hear. And we haven't been able, as a people, Moors have gone to a level where we've attuned ourselves to the studies
All right. Empress Nika, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're frozen. Screen is frozen. Seeing if we can work this out. One sec, Moors. Okay, so there's a little bit of technical difficulties. Little bit of technical difficulties, but you know, this is how it is, you know, in this digital age. So, you know, we'll give them a couple of minutes. But yeah, so far this has been great. And, you know, Empress Nika mentioned the prophet. And now we know why, as Moors, now we know why the prophet is never really talked about. You know, there's audio of Marcus Garvey. There's audio of obviously Honorable Elijah Muhammad, peace be upon him. But for some odd reason, there's nothing about Drew Ali. And the prophet's message and what he brought is the most important to me, because that it really ties you into the rest of the world. As you can see that you're not separate. You know? And so far, everything that the prophet said in his literature that I've learned about, I've checked with other people that weren't in the Americas, and they all confirmed it, which is very, very interesting. And this is why we constantly say the prophet is the man. I mean, what more can you say? The prophet is the man. I was watching this, and this is something interesting too. I was watching, I think it was either a video or a lecture, and somebody, and I believe it was either an imam or something was talking, and they were talking about how every 600 years a prophet comes along, something like that, right? And so he was saying how 600 years before Yeshua was Moses, then it was Yeshua, then 600 years after was Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And so it got me thinking, okay, well, if you keep going 600 years, eventually you get to the 1800s, right? And it's roughly 600 years, you know, give or take a couple of years. And if you keep going 600 years, eventually you get to 1886. So this is something to think about. You know, something to think about, something to plant a little seed there. And so this is why, this is the importance of this little man that had a small stature that was just bigger than life. And if it wasn't for the prophet for me, I wouldn't have met all these amazing Moorish master teachers that put me on the path that literally changed my life. And this all goes back to the prophet. And all of this is why I believe nobody talks about him, because it ties all of us to the rest of the world. Not just, forget the Americas, to the rest of the world. It ties us into the rest of the world. And now as we're growing in numbers, you see how there's all these people coming in saying that we're not this and we're not that and so on and so forth. We're not Moors. People saying that we're not indigenous, Aboriginal and indigenous to the Americas, and so on. You have people talking about the Olmec heads are not us, and so on. And they show, you know, one or two different styles of Olmec heads that you could say look like, you know, people from Hawaii or whatever. But there's other heads that look exactly like us if you want to take this. And then, you know, there's other people saying that, you know, this doesn't look like us, not knowing that we come in a whole bunch of different phenotypes. And so this is the importance of that great little man. When I say little, I don't mean less important. You know, some of the best things come in small packages. You know, and what he put forth and what he brought really ties us into the world, because of the prophet, I can have conversations with people all over the world, and they're confirming everything. That's the beauty of the prophet. And so this is one of the reasons why we call him a prophet. He predicted Obama being in office. He predicted all of this that's happening right now. He predicted, you know, how the $20 bill is not going to be worth anything. So many predictions. Just read oral statements from the prophet. Just go through it, and you'll see 85 to 90% of what he presented is coming true right now. And this is the importance of the prophet, Drew Ali. And this is why we celebrate his solar return, you know, every single year, January 8th, born 1886. Capricorn. You know, so let's check to see. Oh, I guess they're still going through some difficulties. Yeah. So this is the importance. This is one of the many things of the prophet, you know. And I know whenever I see those old pictures of there we go. This is one of the things that's really interesting, because when I see pictures back in those days of the convention of all these, looks like 500 Moors just in this one picture, all in habit. Like, the power of that picture is incredible. And it's like when he transitioned. All right. Okay, guys, I'm gonna need you guys to mute your mics, because only the presenters will be able
Yes,
to.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Oh, so you called in?
Yeah, my sincere apologies. My son's charger on his laptop had a short in it, and I didn't realize the battery wasn't even charging. So my sincere apologies.
That's okay. Islam.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to do it like this. Is okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
Islam.
All right. So I guess where I left off at was the elements, you know, because I look at the elements as the same, you know, like we do the energies of the planets or anything else. They're all really one. It's just how how you see and how you utilize it. Hold on 1 second. So in the five principles, are 5 elements.
There's 5. It's fire, earth.
Go back online.
There's 5 elements. So it's fire, earth, metal, water, and wood. And when you look at how they're all connected to one another, there's a relationship that happens. And when you have the fire, the burning wood is produced from fire. And this is what's called a productive cycle. The fire leaves behind earth, and the residue from fire forms earth. And the earth is the source of metal, and metal liquefies like water. And water helps trees survive, supplying wood for the fire. So if you can manipulate the elements, then you know, okay, well, these elements will help fuel one another. Then you can create a balance in the environment and within self. Because, ideally, man has these elements within self as well. But there's also a domination cycle. And it's the same thing with the principles. There's a domination cycle, and the way the cycle goes is because there's an imbalance of the two. But each element destroys the succeeding element. So fire melts the metal. If there's too much of the fire element, it melts the metal, and the metal pierces the wood. And wood draws from the earth, and the earth blocks water, and finally water extinguishes the fire. And this is a relationship that happens. So when the prophet said, love, truth, peace, and freedom, and then justice will take its course, this is a type of course that goes on in an unseen world, because we don't really see or see these effects right away. There are principles that and there's the science that we just understand that is at play. And the ancients always used the science for their daily lives. And I was inspired by this Turkish sorcerer by the name of Asir. And I read the story of how the Turks back in the ancient days, back to different dynasties, how they ran their whole life on the principles of magic. And the magic was being able to use it to be able to create droughts if there was water dancing and fire dancing. And these are things that we use to help aid us in our affairs and in life. And Bazor, they use those things in battle. They use those things for the everyday lifestyle. And whenever you had too much of it, you understood exactly where to go to bring about the balance again. And that's the same with the principles, like Brother Hakeem was saying. There's a duality at play with all things. And once you understand the duality, you can manipulate the frequencies and the energies for yourself and for the good of all. And that's just going back to our ancient sciences to use that too. Because, these sciences are the same sciences being used to run us and to govern us today, very, very much so. And we the people have lost. This used to be a natural art. Planting and gardening used to be a natural art that everyone knew and understood how to do. Now it's not. Now it's only but a few who understand the science of how to eat to live. And the science of astrology. These things are something that's been governed by us, by the so-called. And those are the things that we don't understand. And we only look at it from a perspective of what's being showed us on daily feeds of horoscopes. But we don't understand that it's really our science. And we're told that this is witchcraft and things of that nature. And so we were put into a fear system where we couldn't rely on the very essence and the things that kept us alive and kept us thriving. And this is one of the ways in which they used those things as a tactic above us to govern us. And it's no different from religion. That's why they enforced the Christian black codes and took us away from our religion, our custom, because our custom was just the thing that we needed to survive and continue the legacy and to continue the life of who we are. And those things were taken away from us. So for us to regain who we are, we need to go back to these elemental sciences, these natural occurrences of life, and make things simple for ourselves once again. And for doing so, we can propel ourselves with economic security and everything else into a pinnacle of being at the place where we need to be moving forward. I want to read. I love poetry, and I wanted to read a poem as my close. For some reason, when I go closer to my computer, there's an echo. So let me get that for me 1 second. There is this Sufi, a collection of Sufi poems, and a lot of you may be familiar, may have heard, but the name is Rumi. And I fell in love with Rumi many years ago. I'll tell you a quick story. My daughter and I, my son, we were in an area, and I was out of some herbs and sage, and I was like, let me run into the store and get some workma. And I did that, and I walked in, and for some reason they were having on that day was a psychic store. They sell a whole bunch of different things. On this day, they was having a psychic convention. So I just walked in to get my mugwort, other things, and the lady, I guess she was the owner of the place. She came and she pointed to the Rumi book, and she said, for some reason, I'm drawn to give you this book. And I didn't really understand Sufism at that back then. I didn't really understand. I didn't know who Rumi was at all. Today, Rumi's become a household name in one sense, but I didn't know anything about it. And she gifted me this book, and I took it home, and I opened up the first page, and it just said Moorish Sufism. And then from that moment, I realized, okay, I understand, why she was trying to give it. And it just opened the door on so many levels for me. So if anybody is interested, Rumi is R-U-M-I. And, I read these poems to my children, and it's very poetic. Like the Quran is very, very poetic, when you get into the rhythm of it. And there's one poem in here. There's so many, but there is one that I wanted to share with you because it talks about how the prophet said to go within yourself, and it's called "The Prayer is an Egg," and I'm going to read it. On resurrection day, God will say, what did you do with the strength and energy your food gave you on earth? How did you use your eyes? What did you make with your five senses while they were dimming and playing out? I gave you hands and feet as tools for preparing the ground for planting. Did you, in the help I gave, do the plowing? You will not be able to stand when you hear those questions. You will bend double and finally acknowledge the glory. And God will say, lift your head and answer the question. Your head will rise a little, then slump again. Look at me, tell what you've done. You tried, but you fall back flat as a snake. I want every detail, say, eventually you will be able to get to a sitting position. Be plain and clear. I have given you such gifts. What did you do with them? You turned to the right looking to the prophets for help. as though to say I'm stuck in the mud of my life. Help me out of this. They will answer those kings. The time for helping is past for tossing fear in its field. You should have used it. Then you turn to the left where your family is, and they will say, don't look at us. This conversation is between you and your creator. Then you pray the prayer that is the essence of every ritual. God, I have no hope. I am torn to shreds. You are my first and last and only refuge. Don't do daily prayers like a bird pecking, moving its head up and down. Prayer is an egg. Hatch out the total helplessness inside. And that prayer is called Prayer is an Egg by Rumi. So I just want to conclude, and I so apologize for the disruption and the laptop going out. But, you know, there was work for all to do in a straight movement. And I want to just end with a prayer with the Holy Quran of the Maritime Temple. And this prayer is, hear now, you cherubim, you seraphim, you angels and you men. Hear now, O protoplast and earth and plant and beast. Hear now, you creeping things of earth, fish that swim, birds that fly. Hear now, winds that blow, thunders and lightnings of the sky. Hear now, spirits of the fire, water, earth, and air. Hear now, or everything that is or was or evermore will be. For wisdom speaks from out the highest plane of spirit life. Man is the thought of Allah. All thoughts of Allah are infinite, and they are not measured up by time, because things that were born with time begin and end. May the fallen sons and daughters of the Asian nation of North America need to learn to love and to hate, and to know your highest up and lower self. This is the uniting of the Holy Quran of Mecca for the teaching and instruction of all Moorish Americans. Islam. Islam, brother, and thank you again for the opportunity to share this platform with these masters. And again, I apologize for the interruption.
Give thanks to you, Empress. Couldn't have done this without you. We need your energy.
Islam, thank you.
All right, so right now we got another. We have 15 minutes, or if Master Teacher Nature wants to start right away, but we got about a 15-minute break.
He's gonna need about those 15 minutes because the laptop has to
No problem.
Okay.
No problem. All right. Empress Nika, is there any websites or anything or information that you want to give out?
I'll give out our we, like the brother mentioned earlier, we own a movement and delivery company here in New Jersey, and we have been scaling. So the website is Moorish Express.
So www.moorishexpress.com?
MoorishTrucking.com.
Okay.
MoorishTrucking.com. And actually, it's actually under development right now. It's being redone, but it's there to see.
Okay. All one word, MoorishTrucking.com.
MoorishTrucking.com.
All right, I put it in the chat. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, well, actually, I got some information here from Brother Omar. He said that Asir is on the phone, so he can go next. If that's not a problem with you, Brother Nature. So you can take a longer break and really prepare if you need to. So Omar,
Yeah.
Islam, Asir.
Islam, bro.
Okay, so let me. Okay, so then let me just introduce you. So the next presenter we have is Aseer, the Duke of Tears, the Duke of all levels. Like I said in the beginning, Aseer's been, you know, one of my major master teachers. I studied with him from 2011 to 2016 every month. This brother I have a lot of respect for. Like I'd say the majority of my knowledge comes from him. I listened to a Super Heru radio podcast back in the days. I have his Dark Skull 418 massive book that I started reading. I still haven't finished it yet. And this Moor here is really super talented. He draws, he paints, he makes music, just all round modern day, like I said before, modern day Pascal Beverly Randolph, pretty much. I mean, you name it, he does it. Tarot cards, readings, numerology, astrology. When I needed information on astrology, I asked him and he said, check out this book, Astrology, this thick astrology book. Forgot the name of it. I asked him about numerology. He said, check out numerology in the Great Triangle or something like that. I remember. Whatever information I needed, this guy always had books, not only one book, but just books on it. So I know he's going to come with a fire presentation. I really look forward to it. Yeah, man, just peace and love to Asir. Master Teacher Asir. It's all yours, Asir.
Peace. Peace. Thank you, brother. Well, thank you for having me on and doing this great work to support the people and striving to bring the right information to our people based on everything that's going on. You know, so many different upheavals and stuff going on that it's really good that brother.
The sisters are taking time to come together and just do what they gotta do, you know. Mainly keep us from all being miseducated and taking advantage, you know what I mean? So in that, I definitely want to give thanks and praise again to the Prophet again, whose birthday is yesterday, as well as all of the other ancestors who manifested and came from the temple, you know what I mean? Also those Moors who may not have been in, but were definitely associates and affiliates of such. We definitely don't want to exclude anybody because the separatism that goes into understanding who we are has become very divisive of race. Different groups and organizations with different agendas striving to make themselves the head of the table when it comes to so-called melanated people coming out of any sort of mental deficit. So one thing about the Moors, or what always attracted me about the Moors, was the fact that we're always at the forefront of breakthrough in history. However, the history that we've been giving, or has been given, I should say, has always been from the perspective of somebody that is there to keep the greatest secret from all of us. And so when the Prophet came, he basically took all the secrets took the veils off of all societies, which then gave them really no more things started to go into a different perspective or a different octave when it came to them. Because now that the prophet had come, a lot of them were basically useless because it makes no sense to hold on to a secret that everybody knows. You know what I'm saying? And so that's when the clandestine aspect of what we perceive as the attack on our people really went into overdrive. So a lot of different organizations and other types of societies began to come around to kind of take the face from what we were establishing or had established, and then basically convoluted it. So whereas the Moors were or are the pinnacle of certain things, they would want to create other organizations to steal some of that light, or to at least create a conjecture to make it like we are not as unique as we know we are. Case in point, Shrinerdom and that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? To honor oneself means to honor one's ancestors, but if you can only honor your ancestors in secret, then that means you're dishonoring them. There's something about them that you're ashamed of. Therefore, you're creating a situation to use that shame to justify using the accoutrements of what they left you to then lord over other people. And that basically is a sin. That's like gluttony. You know what I mean? One of the biggest problems, I think, in the old Moorish Empire, based on my research, was certain Moors got too greedy. And when it came time to really stepping up and defending what it is they were really supposed to do, they opted to maintain their luxury. And there's an old Moorish saying that says, luxury goes the edge of husbandry, meaning the more things are convenient for you, the more you don't honor or respect how rare that convenience is. And therefore, you start to take it for granted, and then therefore you start looking for the DVD, the bigger, better deal. And this is the only reason why lesser kingdoms like Aragon and Castile and these things could actually come up due to our need to basically stunt on each other, you know what I'm saying, based upon what this Moorish clan felt they had above the other. And unfortunately, a lot of our people are still suffer from that malady, you know what I mean? So historically, there are things that were injected into the so-called history of the Moors, the history of the Moors. However, based upon who was giving us the history, it was still given to us in the benefit of the so-called, I don't want to use the word conqueror, but to those who basically came up in our stead. So one of those misconceptions is that in 1492, the Moors fell to Spain. And what we have to remember when we really do the historical knowledge is that there's the historical event and then there's the historical account. You know what I'm saying? So the event is usually what happened. The account is usually the agreed upon definition or supposition of what happened. Therefore, it's not necessarily as accurate, yet it will define what the subject is. So the subject is the Moors' kingdom fell in 1492. So to use the operative term fell would then mean that they were at a higher position, if we're speaking grammatically for the English, right? So it will also mean fell in the concept of losing power, right? You know what I'm saying? And so in order for that to happen, that means that there would have to be actual kingdom called Spain in 1492 for that to happen. And there was no so-called Spain in 1492 for the Moors to fall to anybody. What there was a bunch of what they call Taifa or Taifa kingdoms, which were Moorish kingdoms that were in league with their former tributary Christian kingdoms, you know what I'm saying, that they was paying tribute to, but now they was working in league with to break apart their control over, to break their control over the dominion that we had. So at that time, there was only, like I said, Castile, Aragon, Navarre, right? And these so-called Spanish kingdoms were all under the jurisdiction, all came from one dude, essentially, the patriarch. The patriarch for all of this was a dude named Sancho I. And if we saw him today, he would resemble Giancarlo Esposito, you know what I'm saying? Because that's how the Spanish people looked back then. It was like Dominicans, you know what I'm saying? Or people who would consider Puerto Ricans, Puerto Rican, Latin, dark skin like that. Anyway, that guy was the last descendant of the only Christian kingdom to maintain itself after the conquest of what they call Europa. So Astara was the last kingdom, right? And then because Astara put up such a great fight, the Moors valued valor and respected valor and let them rock. And then so long as they paid them a tribute, they was able to then slowly establish little, what you call kingdoms, that would pay tribute to Moors, but they could still be Christians or whatever. And so that happened up until the Moors became thing with one another, and then they fell to another example, another extent where they, hold on a second. Where they created another pocket for them to basically buy their time until these Moors, who hadn't beat one another, basically decided that they were going to allow these Christians to fight for them, and in return they would free and accept a certain number of them, and made them sons of them. So this is where we get the free and accepted Masons, basically, from the esquires, the shield carriers, you know what I'm saying, the water boys. That's what these Slavs that lived under these so-called Black Spaniards did. So we get back to 1492 now. We got to go to the year 1491 and start to speak about the private agreement between Queen Isabella and the then owner or ruler of Granada, who was Aseer Abdullah, who basically accepted a payment for the so-called kingdom of 17 million maravedis, which is like gold. But it was that gold, the maravedis, if we trace that takes us to the Medicis. So now we see this connection between the sale with Isabella and them, who really didn't have bread like that, but because they were nobly born from Sancho or descendants of Sancho, they was able to, and Sancho was cool with the Venetians, you see what I'm saying? They was able to get that bread and then paid price, which is $17 million, essentially, to then take control of the kingdom. But controlling the kingdom didn't mean that you controlled the people. So they had to create what was called the surrender, or the capitulation of Granada, which basically laid out that basically the Spanish was basically going to hold the kingdom, and that everything that the Moors was doing prior to that, they were still doing. It's just now the administrative aspect will go to the Spanish. But back then, the language of the Spanish court was French. So think of what you hear French today, but back then that French was considered Spanish. And that Spanish that you hear back then, that Castilian Spanish was more like French, vice versa. So those in the French court was almost speaking what you would consider Spanish. Because remember, none of these places existed. When you talk about Italy, when you talk about Norway, when you talk about Denmark, you're talking about the European designations for these territories, right? That these European black monarchs lived over their white Slavic subjects, but was then paying that money to us, who were referring to those places by the ancient name. You understand? So Charles was the king of Italy and Spain. That basically was the titles given to those territories that were under the jurisdiction of this, of this guy, or king, or whatever you want to call it. So, like I said, to them, it's Spain, right? Let's say they call it Spain, but to us it's Hispania. You know what I mean? To them, it's Morocco. To us, it's the Maghreb. You know what I mean? So they could call it whatever they want in their own language. What's important was how it disseminated tributary back to us. So because there was an actual sale in this thing, by the time that sale also historically was called the Tedeum, T-E-D-E-U-M. And the Tedeum was filed, I believe, the year before at The Hague in 1491. So by 1492, when they come to foreclose on the sale, the other Moors who wasn't privy to that was not feeling it. And so that's when the conflict came in, you know what I'm saying? And then Boabdil, who again, somebody who grew up in the luxury, Boabdil was the last official king. Somebody who grew up in the lap of luxury, never really had to fight for nothing. Now he's put in a position by his mom's like, look, you have to fight for the kingdom. He don't know how to do none of that. And then because his uncle and them wasn't telling him what was going on, you see, nothing happened. So when we get to the transfer of Granada now, from let's say to the Moorish side to what we'll call the Spanish side, Spain still wasn't founded. Spain as a country, as a concept, wasn't founded as a place like that until 1497. So between 1492 and 1497, you get this heavy push of so-called Spanish people trying to remake, reestablish, redo the empire so that way they could be at the top. And now they got to find ways to go around and surrender and everything that they rightfully owe the Moors. And so they start going into different situations to get Moors to convert. And then because those laws, because certain Moors knew that those lands had been purchased through the sale, they was like, well, you might as well just bounce and then we'll come take it back in another 100 years. And then those Moors were like, nah, but this is my home. I don't want to live. It's like, well, if you stay there, then you're going to have to convert. He's like, well, nah, I don't want to convert. Come help. Like, well, I'll help. But if I come help, you're going to establish what we had before. And these Moors were like, nah, I don't want to do that. See? Same thing happening today. And so Colon, being a Hebrew, a Jew, also being what they call Jews, but we don't recall that. Being Hebrew, he really just looking out for his own people. He's trying to find a place for them to go because he see the writing on the wall what they doing to the Moors, and most of these Moors they doing this to is also Hebrew. He like, well, I'm gonna do what I could do, set up a private kid situation and find a place to bring my people. And thus, he follows them back to the core of the empire here. You see? If they was really from Africa like that, then why didn't he just go across what they call the Straits of Gibraltar, over the Straits of Hercules over there, and just go into Africa over there, and then colonize that? Why come all the way to so-called Haiti? See? Because that's where the original ones that went over there to set off what they call the conquest of Europe came from over here in the first place. So he just followed them back over here. And then they tried to extend the jurisdiction of the sale, you see, back down here with Montezuma and them, who a century before basically had just repelled the invasion of the so-called Genghis in the 13th century. There's a book you can get called The Historical Conquest of Peru by the Mongols in the 13th century. That's an actual book. And they got the maps and all of that in there. And they talk about how those from Cathay, which is the ancient name of China, which the modern buzzword is Tartary or Tartaria, came from, as well as the Golden Horde and all of that. So the other part of the thing we got to understand is that the continents is way closer than we think they are. They got us going by the navigation stream of the Earth model that they have established for us, but that is an inquisitionist model. That Mercator map, the navigatable straits and stuff, the way that they display it was all translated through the Jesuit program. So there's mad stuff left out of that. We know that because when we look at the oldest map, what people would consider a flat Earth map or whatever, but I would say a map of the realm, because the Earth plane is a realm. When we look at that Piri Reis map, Antarctica is right under South America, like literally right under it. And this thing is supposed to be dumb far away from everybody. So the issue is we are getting all of our historical references from a caveman, you know what I'm saying? And their worldview is modeled from the position of one that came out of a cave, you know what I'm saying? So their worldview is isolationist at best. And therefore that view was amplified by the people who gave that to them. And those people were the so-called original, so-called black, for lack of a better word, nobility of Europa that basically fell and then found a way through our divisiveness, found a way to come up and then get us to convert to their way. Like when you go to another country, the people in that country, even though they are human beings, they act different than the people in your country. It's supposed to be like that, because that difference is what creates diversity. When you try to force that together, one of them has to conform to the other. And so in this society, because so-called original people don't have knowledge of themselves and don't know where they're from, they are still functioning under this Jesuit idea of nationality, that just because they are here and whatever, that they are a part of the country. When the operating factor is this country was taken over by people with European and foreign descent. And then through a series of years, created systems to legally inject their American-born children to adopt their European way, and then inject that into the national character of the country to be then able to take the country over, to take the direct power from the individual vested in the republic, but then segregate the republic from the democracy, and then taking the people out of the republic and then trying them in the democracy to then keep them perpetual wards of the state. That is an entire European practice. in contrast to the Moorish practice, the old Moorish practice, which was allow the people their custom, only interfere when it comes to matters of state and tribute. You know what I'm saying? And the safety of whoever we're, you know what I mean, dealing with. So those so-called Taifa, as I call them, Taifa kingdoms that were at war with one another, decided that they didn't want to leave, so a lot of them fake converted and then fought with their Christian subjects who was now their so-called equals and being put in higher positions of them even against their own brothers and sisters. And so that spirit of divisiveness was then translated years later now in the fledgling United States situation when they're trying to get people to denationalize themselves. They established something here called meritus manumission. This was all in response to what they call the Bacon Rebellion, but this was a way for them to firmly establish the divisive color factor between the whites and the so-called blacks. The blacks being the so-called Caucasians, who are basically Negro Slavs at this point. And then those so-called melanated Europeans who were brought over here under the Transportation Act because they was into whatever crimes and stuff they was doing on the other side. And so these black Europeans or nobilities or whatever who make up the so-called colonists become known then as the whites. Not to be distinguished from the WGIP whites. These WHIP whites are usually from the British side because they wanted to distinguish them from the rest of the Europeans. Then below them, you had the free whites. These were the ones that had now worked off their indenture and was now free to live about the colony and stuff. But what made them white was the fact that they were of the British or the European caste. See, also, they could claim jurisdiction under the Alawite dynasty, who were also referred to as the whites. These were the Moors now that these European countries pay tribute to through the Republic. So the Republic, again, being an ancient vehicle established by the ancient Carthaginians, who were both the ancient Moors, then you had to be distinguished from the Republican Party that was founded many thousands of years later, in response to now these whites and free whites working together to establish another party we'll call the Democratic Party to be able to take control of the country and now institute the slavery over the natural people. But the people in the Democratic thing is white and black people working to do this together against the people they consider original people, who they are misnomering as Indians and whatever else. So everything comes from something else. Everything is revolving around different perceptions of historical events that are really accounts. You see what I'm saying? But when you look, but what is an account? You know what I'm saying? An account is something that is full of equity. And so because our history is charged with all of this extra sweat equity and all of that natural equity, they got to disassociate us from that. So they use the Republican form of government and then hijacked that and created a bastard of the United States of America called the United States, whose government would be a democracy and not a republic. But it would be a democracy that would hold the republic in trust, you see? And so that, again, was That trust, though, is connected to that Sesquipedalian trust, which is going back to that, what they call gum diversus and all of that, which were real focal points, which were also trust, that were there to break the societies, the empires, the cultures that pre-existed all of this. The biggest problem with this, though, is that the historically weaker ones are put in the historical events. The weaker ones, who were the Slavs, the whites, who always came at the end, never had the power they did. But in the historical accounts, you see, they have all the power, and we're always that. So according to Reconstruction, any melanated person, whether they was free or not, would always be referred to as a slave in the history book. That just became the thing. The same way today they said, no matter what you die from, you see what I'm saying? We're going to list it as corona. But then that means what? 100, 200 years from now, when they're looking back on this time and they're trying to find what and why people died, you're going to have all of these cases, right, that says that corona did it, that wasn't the case. That they just labeled any death corona to create a situation in the past, so in the future when people go back, they can actually believe that there was really some sort of pandemic, right? That's what I mean, the difference between the historical event and the historical account. The account is always paid later. And so they're doing what they're doing, like in the movie Tenet that just came out. They're dealing with elements of time travel. And the book I'm writing right now, it's basically about like history and the fact that what we understand it to be doesn't exist. What we are accepting as history is an account of someone's history. You see what I'm saying? It's not history at all. Therefore, to call it that is to label it something it isn't, to give it power that it doesn't have because it's not true. You see? Remember, people have degrees. You know how many people got degrees right now in American history, wrote books on the voyage of Columbus and wrote how many thousands of books on the transatlantic slave trade and all of that. And not one of these books, except one that I know, a book called actually discusses the fact that it wasn't no Spain at this time and that it was actually a sale of a kingdom and that the people themselves wasn't for sale and that they just basically used this as a means to take control and rewrite what the Moors had done by taking humanity from the brink of extinction and reinvigorating it. Like, not only did the Moors did we change and bring science and literature and stuff, we changed the physical diet of the planet. Read about the Moorish connection to the Song dynasty. There's books on that. You can also read about it in African Presence of Early Asia. But when you read these books, you'll see, like, we changed the physiology of the world based upon the diet that we also brought to all these places that we were coming. Like we regulated the pork situation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they said that the song said that the Moors brought maize the size of small bowls. You know what I'm saying? You understand the size of small boulders. So there's a connection to not only us in terms of the literature and stuff, but it was the way that we brought about the reinvigoration of what humanity could be, is why that had to be thwarted. But when we give all the power or all the exchange to these beings that really were always used as pawns between us throughout the centuries, and no matter what phase they was in, whether when they was in Neanderthal phase, Bigfoot phase, Sasquatch phase, werewolf phase, vampire phase, whatever phase these things was in, we always was either shutting them down or using them or doing whatever, you know what I'm saying, we needed to do to keep control. We never put them in positions of power over us. It wound up that way due to all of the political and the situational infighting between one another, and Moors cursing each other by forcing them, in some instances, they prisoners of war to breed with the Caucasians. Because at one time in Europe, that was like the ultimate taboo. You would never do that. Because they were the peons, the Euro peons. You know what I'm saying? The Europas had always peed on these people, had always used them as beasts of burden. And so they created different subjects and subject matter to keep them under their heel, under their foot. Once you started giving them privilege, once they started fighting for letters of honor and valor, they started fighting under letters of mark and reprisal under the name of other Moorish bands, this is what put them in position. And because a lot of these things were castrados, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them was like mutilated, deficient. The ones that did, it was like, okay, well, you guys really deserve the position over these dirty Moors that have been at it over these years. So we're going to invest it in you. And that was it. So the same thing has happened today. You see what I'm saying? Everything we talking about is a cyclical cycle because everybody's mad at the Moors, essentially, for not holding it down and for creating circumstances that allows these mutated races and mutated people to take control of stuff. Then they create a perpetual system to keep us locked out. So the Treaty of Madrid was affected, and other secret treaties like the Treaty against to then basically make it okay to exclude us. So once they decide they're going to now use the Pale Arab to represent modern day Morocco, the Moroccan government that they were affecting put in a clause to remove, I believe it's the 21st to the 23rd article that dealt with the extraterritorial nature of nationality of Moroccans in the country or outside of it. That's why the treaty piece of friendship it would say in our country or outside of the country, because it's both sides. Hold on a second, I'm sorry.
Asir, we're not hearing you. Please. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes, sir. So,
Yeah, essentially that's where we're at in terms of how they were able to flip the republic, which was basically connected to the empire, and then disassociate us from both and put us into the fictitious so-called legal state. However, the pristine state, the natural state of equity, we still exist in. But there has to be a delineation made between you and that. And then, like, once that's done, you need to do something, or our people have to do things to be able to take control or take the power away from those vessels that they created to now serve you, which then puts them in their proper position as administrators or privateers, i.e. private bankers, to then do what they're supposed to do and handle how the tribute goes. So anybody that exists in a republic, whether it's Canada or America or whatever, if they call themselves a republic, you see, then that means that that's the type of government that you're guaranteed. When that government starts talking democracy, that's a change in the national government. Therefore, you have the right to stand under the original fold of what that is, regardless of what they're saying about the other. Therefore, you see what I'm saying? Like, America is foreign to the United States, but the United States is the occupational government controlling the United States of America, which is really an ancient trust out of something that Prince Uriel Bay, peace be upon him, referred to as the Consultus Rebus Regnum, which is the ancient imperial records that go back thousands upon thousands of years to the original republic, you see, that was founded here by the Canaanites or the Moabites, the Carthaginians, who we refer to as the Carthaginians, who were a multinational state, you see, who built all of their structures around the 33rd parallel. So that was the first republic recorded, you see. Then all of that stuff they're talking about Greek and all of that is a historical account about people who existed within the sphere of that influence. You understand? So the historical Greek is the real Macedonian. You know what I'm saying? The people they call the Corinthians and Dorians, these are the people who they also would call the Levantines, or the Levantines, or the people of the so-called Mediterranean. However, Mediterranean is relative when you're speaking of a time where everything is basically connected, or way closer than they telling you. That's why when you watch old movies of like Ben-Hur or Gladiator, whatever, these dudes is walking everywhere. Like when you look at Lord of the Rings, they walking from one side of the planet to the other side of the planet. How they doing it? Crossing rivers and all of that. Because this is at the time, historically, when it was referred to as America. From the European side of America, they referred to it as Brittany or Gallo Brittany. You see, but today, if you say Gallo Brittany to a modern person raised on, regular historical knowledge, you'll think they're talking about Britain. You see what I'm saying? Because in order to know Gallo Brittany, you got to know who the Gallows were. And if you get into the Gallows, then you're talking about people they call the Galliards. And the Galliards were a part of another clan of Moorish or so-called melanated European nobility called the Guelphs, Guelphs. They had an ancestral thing against the Ibelines. When you look at the movie Kingdom of Heaven, you'll see Balian played by Orlando Bloom, and he's the Baron of Ibelline. You know what I'm saying? So the Ibelines and the Guelphs is basically like the Hatfields and the McCoys, the Crips and the Bloods, and they take that European beef and they brought that here. You see? And so everybody want to act like the American Indians, the people that refer to as American Indians, which we know was Muslims or ancient Americans, that these people was always like getting along with one another. And these people had beef too, man. The same way we got beef today. It was huge epochs of peace, but within that, the Pequot still had beef with the, you know what I'm saying? with the Bambu and vice versa. You know what I mean? That's where all these. So by the time the Europeans come, and again by Europeans, I'm talking about white folk with black skin. You know what I'm saying? Who are bringing the Negro Slavs, who are black status with white skin. And find a way to get their people with their European upbringing to get the people that was naturally born here to accept their way of doing business. So the only way to do that was to get into the royal family. So when we look historically, this is why we hear or we read about the House of Bourbon and the House of Habsburg coming in under Charles V and becoming the fifth or 25th Inca emperor, the first European from the House of Bourbon, which again is Yule's house, right? And then after him, a Habsburg, which is now the Ibelline house, right? Marrying into the ancient Inca line, which is now basically the capital of the country, at the capital of the empire at the time. And then from there, able to access land up here in Carolina, which then gets broken up into North and South Carolina, which was already inhabited by people who were connected to the Inca, like the Catawba, like the Minanca. You see what I'm saying? Like the Cherokee, that's the Savagee that's up there, the Pamunkey that's over there. See what I'm saying? So once he's in. But the thing is, nobody ever talked to us about that historically. Nobody talked about these people actually marrying into this family, because then if they did that, they would have to show you that it wasn't white people marrying into this family. It was these black families marrying one another. Excuse me, these melanated families marrying one another. But customarily, based upon their differences, one is trying to conquer the other. See what I'm saying? Because the one that's dominant is waning, because they're becoming too caught up in how easy everything is, or was, or got to be. You know what I'm saying? Because it had reached such a height that now the lower, I don't want to say the lower, but the races that came after, the pale Arabs and these people, were now able to have little sectors of their own little influence. And then took what we was and then put that on their own people. But the more we fell, the more our people then fall in league with them, and then eventually fall under them, you see? And now we're following how they do it. It's the way to make denationalization is a way to make giants small. You know, you just give them a certain potion and they just get small. Brother Dolo told me that one time. That's how they got the giants small. But that's essentially why we're in the position we're in now. Because there hasn't been a president of the United States, and because the United States vested itself in control after World War II, vested itself as the warden of the world, all equity is put in that. So it wasn't just China messing with the election. It was Italy messing with it. It was, you know what I'm saying, Greece, everybody that America been trying to screw over all these different years. Excuse me, the United States been trying to screw over all these different years. So because this dude is a known, all of these Democrats are communists, all of these communists are Marxists. That means what we understand is democratic, term democratic or being Democrat, that's all socialism. So when you hear democracy, you automatically got to think communism. Because democracy says that anybody's vote counts. You see what I'm saying? But we know in reality that's not true. Electors count. You know what I'm saying? And to be an elector, you got to be a national. You got to have equity in the game, which means that you can't be a ward of the occupation of government. You got to delineate yourself from that, and then that U.S. citizen turn into a Waqif, which is a Islamic way of saying trust. Because, like I said, they have taken the world, the United States citizens, of the Americans' ability to pay their debts. So, because everything is prepaid, what you pay into, you get back because it's already paid. So basically, they are creating an extra service that doesn't exist in order to exist. And we are all participating in it. But at the same time, they haven't given transparency on how the accounts work. So you have people believing that they are the capital, you know what I'm saying? When really the capital is a result of them. That's why the old Morris system worked for so long, because we didn't charge usury. The only people that charged usury was pirates. You see what I'm saying? Because they was doing stuff outside of the Sultan's influence or outside of the imperial influence. So if they got caught, depending on who the Mufti or the Bey or the Sultan was, they could die. You know what I'm saying? Even if they gave them the cut. So they had to do something like that. But when you was on the land, none of that worked. There was no interest on nothing. So what you paid for is what you paid for. And if you got caught trying to pay for it outside of somebody else, then you would get hurt. You know what I'm saying? They would basically try to kill you. So it was advantageous for everybody to be on the up and up. The contracts in the old times was only made for those that wasn't of your specific clan, but in the greater aspect, the word was bond. It stopped being bond the more you started letting these privateers, these Mamelukes, and these Castratos getting limited partnership based upon them, you know, assassinating a Bey or whatever for another one, you know. And so the system continues today. And the bond that created between these two basically rudderless ships is what created the Freemasonry thing. So you had the one that was going across the hot Arabian desert, you know what I mean, to be put in caves and then dejected for eternity, to now come out to now try to eke out a living and feed as best as it can under these people that put it there. And then you got the ones that was put there to watch it over the years, basically found ways to manipulate, and then eventually now sanction it by allowing it to participate in its business. And then when all of us find out, we like, nah, we're not with that. And then that creates the problem. When you read the story of the Moors of Spain, the story of the Moors after Spain, when you read the book Diplomatic Relations between the United States and foreign powers, it all says the same thing. You know what I mean? It's the same circumstance. Moors having problems with Moors because they're not just dealing with one another. They're dealing with how to control one another through commerce, all for clout. You know what I'm saying? So they came over here and seen everybody was a sultan and got mad. And so wanted to basically set up something where we could go under the European law, where it goes under feudalism and all that. And that feudalism then got broken up into that nationalism becomes feudalism. That feudalism then becomes tribalism. And then that tribalism ultimately becomes this gangism that we all in there, where all of these little Masonic groups are like little gangs. They all got their hands on, all got their, you know what I'm saying, they modes, but they all working together to keep the system the way it is, to keep the true elect voting. You know what I mean? And joining up with these old systems that don't have any value when it comes to the spiritual upliftment of the people anymore, because they're still vested in the old paradigm of control-based European economics, you know, which is really veiled Freemasonic satanic allegory, which is really veiled subatomic manipulation, pseudo-subatomic manipulation through symbolism that they've now condensed into actual machinery to be able to break down people from the inside by voluntarily getting them to inject themselves with foreign substances. And then at the same time, release themselves from any liability that you incur from that. So that's not a society, because the people inflicting this are not even elected by the people. Nobody elected Bill Gates to do anything. Nobody elected Dr. Fauci to do anything. Bill Gates is not an epidemiologist or a virologist. He don't have the right to do that. Remember that kid, Gene something in Florida, who had his own practice? This 17-year-old kid had his own practice, had insurance policies and plans for people, treating people, and he had no license to do nothing. They locked. You know what I mean? Here go Bill Gates. He don't got a license to do the first. He can't even stop Microsoft from getting viruses. But he going, you know what I mean? But he going to tell you what virus he can cure from you. And then volunteer a whole race of people talking about, oh, well, you know, Black people and Native Americans can get it first. Like, why? All while sitting next to Robert Williams dressed up like his wife. Like, it's real like that. Like, none of this stuff that we're seeing is real. Every history book you've ever read was written by somebody that was most likely in the Freemasonic order. You understand? Or else they wouldn't be published. That's how it works. You understand? Like, all of these games is the same game. The publishing game is just like the rap game. They kill authors the same way they kill rappers. They killed Thomas Clancy. They killed Grisham. They killing all these dudes. They give them the stories. You know what I'm saying? They wrote about the coronavirus in how many books? Novels and stuff. People who popped up all of a sudden, you know, when it came out, like, oh, they wrote about this in the Eye of Darkness and this and that, 95, like, you know what I'm saying? Right when these dudes got on. Because everybody, nothing can be left to chance. Everything is by the numbers. Because you're dealing with Jewish Kabbalist witches who use Satanism and witchery and all of that stuff to make you think that they commune with these higher spirits or these lower spirits, when really the spirit that what they refer to as a spirit is really a consciousness that is malevolent, that just exists. You ever go, sometimes you be walking down and then like you'll go past a fair, and as you walk by the different vendors, you might smell cinnamon, you might smell banana, you might walk and you might smell like cheese, and then you walk past another one and it smell like rotted meat or, you know, meat or whatever. Each one of those smells, right, is the wind has taken the essence of what was made and translated it in that little area. And translated it into that area. You know what I mean? And it's carried this, but carried it in a way that it goes into the next smell and then goes into the next smell. That's how reality is. Like, nothing is so thick, you know what I'm saying, that it doesn't move. If even in the stillness of the rock, it's vibrating to maintain its space. And after a certain amount of time, even mountains disappear. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Antarctica was like right under South America. How it wound up in the span of like 3 years, or when they redid the new maps, how did it wound up where it's at now? You can't say that when you get in a plane to Japan and it's taking 15 hours that you're actually where, you know what I'm saying, traveling with. Nobody knows, is what I'm saying. Everything we know about the reality is set up for us to see it. You've never been on the outside of an airplane where you're flying in it. So it looks like you're traveling. You know what I'm saying? It seems that way. And when you're on the ground and see these planes go above you, you imagine yourself in that. So look at what's happening. You're on the ground, seeing the plane pass over you. Therefore, you accepted that you're on the ground, that plane is up there, and there are people in that plane as it's flying through. The same way is if you were in the plane looking down, I'm in the plane flying over these people below me. However, you really have no way to prove that at the same time. That's what I mean about the reality. Yes, you did it. Yes, you saw it. Yes, you perceived it. Yet the parameters that you're experiencing is based upon the structure that this Western society has based that. They got us thinking that the Wright brothers invented flight, bro. When I've got pictures of Mayans in spaceships, you know what I'm saying? With rocket ships in loincloths. These niggas ain't even got no spacesuits on. They in loincloths flying through the air. You know what I'm saying? When you look at Tehuantepec, the plaza in Tehuantepec is like a runway, just like the NASA line, the runway for the gods and all of that. Like, you mean to tell me that these people went to aviation school to learn how to do any of that? You mean to tell me they had to go to a license? They had to go to the Aztec License Flight Bureau to get the permission to build this gold spaceship and fly through the air and go to the other side of the world? Like, none of that existed. Even in the Moorish era, we wasn't restricting travel from people unless you wasn't civilized, unless you was in one of the tributary nations that was known to be savage. You see what I'm saying? But then you had a whole core of these Christians who would refer to themselves as Mozarabs. And these Mozarabs were like Christians who lived as Moors, like Alfonso X. There's a book called Alfonso X's Great Chessboard. And it's about when he lived as basically under the emirs in the golden age, when they was putting them on and all of that. But this wasn't no white boy. This was a black Spanish boy who was like, nah, I don't want to be Catholic. Like, yeah, I want to be with the Moors. But still kept his Christian name. And the Moors let that rock because he pledged fealty to the Sultan and the Empire. So freedom of expression could be whatever. A lot of the base stuff that came with piratism and stuff that came afterwards, because these people were the basis of society. A lot of them was the basis of society. That's why they give them all the look at that. That's why they get all of the props. A lot of pirates were horrible people, man. You know what I'm saying? It don't make, just because they was Moorish, make them okay. Like, a lot of these dudes was horrible. And they lived that way because they didn't want to live under the greater, what they were seen as the restrictive elements of the Moorish Empire. But it started with them trying to push us back in power over here and over there. After the expulsion, after everybody found out about the treachery of El Zadar and all that. So they have been doing their best to disassociate ourselves with those ancient Moors. You see what I'm saying? By making it seem like, oh, well, because you weren't born Moorish, it's like they always try to come up with reasons why you can't be a Moor or why you shouldn't be a Moor. Like, nobody does that with anybody else. I've seen people give Christians more respect than they give Moors that's just trying to live their life and understand their culture. I don't care what the Greek version of the word Moor means. Saying, oh, well, Moor, that's just the European Greek version. First of all, Greek don't exist. So number one, you crazy. So the fact you even use the word Greek means that you're Europeanized in the mind. So you've already disqualified yourself, number one. Number two, why would I use another nation's definition of me to identify me? That's like saying, oh, well, in my culture, you know, we don't say 7, you know, we don't say 2, we say dos. So it's really dos. Well, yeah, in your culture, it's so, but in my culture, it's two. See what I'm saying? Like, why are you always trying to put me under you? And that's what always happens when it comes to so-called original people and wherever they at, but specifically here in America. They always trying to get us to identify with somebody else. But we're the only people that can identify with ourselves. We're the only people that with no identity influence everybody else. We're the only people with no so-called nationality that basically are the true spark for everything in the world. Everybody looks to us for what's hot. And now that nobody is, now that we're not producing anything hot or dope or new or fresh or anything anymore, the world is ended. They done slowed the rappers down so much that the white boys can catch up and the white girls can catch up, and they can literally beat you. They have now taken the position of the most ratchetest, where you can't even tell. So that shows you that the dullards among us who have ancestrally worked with these people to constantly keep those of us with the real nationality and the real heritage at bay, they are in position now. And so everything is over. So it got to come back to us, because that's basically the prophecy. How the prophet said it's so bad. You know? So I just feel like in separating the historical account from the historical event, and then separating the BATTLEs from the BATTELs, you would have a difference in opinion. Half of the things that these Caucasians said that they was involved in, it never happened. They just wrote about it in their little sector and circulated it around each other. And then waited for us to lose power in that district, and then basically all work together to say, oh, well, you guys relinquished your power, so we got it now. So now you got to work through us. And so they instituted the imposter decoy system between the era of what they call the Belgian conflict into the, let's say between that era, 1888, 1881, all the way to, I would say 1871 to about World War II. And then from World War II to about 1945, it's basically reconstructed where everybody believes white folks is the ones running it. You can read more about this in the books, The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War, White Cargo, Chosen People of the Caucasus, the 13th Tribe, Iceman Inheritance, Making of the White Man. They were white and they were slaves. White women captives in North Africa. Black masters, white slaves, Black Confederates, and others. So anybody wants to holler at me, you can hit me up at houseofbell@hotmail.com. Also, please check out www.cordovaorganics.com, as well as www.aseertheducateers.com and www.gumroad.com. Type in Aseer the Ducateers in the chat. I have classes up there. I'm also on Facebook under Aseer Ali Cordova. And again, thank you guys for having me on. And thank you guys for preserving the empire as best as we all individually can, and giving love and respect to the prophet, his temples, those Moors in the temples, those Moors that are mental, those Moors that are instrumental. So long as we uplift upon humanity, I want to give respect and honors. And let's stop sex tripping, man. The stuff was here before us. So let's find ways to unify under the salvation of Allah, which makes us true citizens of the USA. Islam.
Islam.
Islam. All right. So we can take a, you want to take a 10-minute intermission, or do you want to keep going?
Yeah, we could take a 5. We could take a 5.
All right.
Stretch. Go use the washroom, whatever you gotta do. Get a drink.
Get a drink. We could take a, yeah, a little 10-minute intermission, and we'll reconvene in about what, 10 minutes or so? 10, 15 minutes.
Don't make it 5, make it 10. 5 minutes is way too short.
Because right now we're technically right now ahead of schedule.
What do you say? We're behind?
Where are we? We're ahead?
Yeah, because then actually because Empress Nika, hers was a little bit shorter, so technically the next one is supposed to be at 3:45 p.m.
Okay.
So, you know, you could take a 15 or something like that to really stretch, and then you know, Master Nathan can come on.
Yeah, we'll convene in 10 minutes, so get a little break. Leave
All right.
your stuff on, and we'll be right back, Mark.
All right.
Not bad, thank you.
Yo, play some music, fam. Bump some music. Bump some of that more stuff.
Put on some Sade.
Hold on a second.
Into the constitutional hold. That's part of what the confusion is. See, you got a lot of us that's talking about, I want to get myself out of the system. I never said that. Trump said you are more American citizens. He said you are part and parcel of the state government. He never told you what he said. I'm trying to bring you back into the constitutional fold. Notice the words. He didn't say I want to bring you to the constitutional fold.
Time never was when man was not. It's like a man began, there'll be a time when it stop. Alive infinite, no bottom or top. Sees only as perfect as the source when it drops. Cultivating right season to harvest the crop. Infiltration, treason, watch me dig in the plot. 1886, return from Soul Plane. 1926, MHT was the code name. 1930, Day and Night Temple Old Name. 1928, MSDFA was the old name. Brought us Savannah, they talking Kurt Cobain, on the Caravana. Cut off with soul trade, blue red bandana. Corpuscle in the cold veins. Conference in Havana gave the mandate and proclaim. So we evaded from Brahmins, part the toy like propane. Wait for Obama, we had a leader, it was so plain.
So when those Raleigh set up the old Canaanite temple, okay, the real thing that occurred is that it sent shockwaves to the Romans, to the Europeans in the Western Hemisphere, because they knew that the light had come, and the prophet was the establishing signal that we were not dead.
A prophet, mind always was, what matter was not. Before we manifested here, all was thought. So a man reap it, it's cause he rock. Secrets that he keep it, can't be bought. Many prophets passed through, found those who sought. But the one overdue, it's like we forgot. All the precious jewels that he had taught. Established schools gave us keys to unlock. Make love the foundation, truth is your rock. Peace and salutations, freedom and salvation. Justice, the sword you use on your chop. To our attention, you wasn't even brought. All you need is fail to mention, busy dipping in the pot. Before ascension, freed some of the flock. Said we Mars, not NBC, for the young and unborn, so we won't stop.
Respect me, not physically connect, probably just out of eye check, confirmed, alive, Specs. See more than most of these connect dots that help plots compose a clan that knows much info to such extent we promote and what we show. Been told rap. Also, some lyrical gems get learned, so some that may not have grown up. If I miss some terms, I'll remember that burn. Watching that house transform, leg on the roof, cutting it open inside your private storm. Raps a great form of communication. Personally stating this cause creations of relations cross nations, and that makes them quote unquote warrior since we're connecting on the swing, correcting our vibration, progressing with some strength so the aim is to gain again. Harnessing our inner flame, focus, sustain, watching men, watching men, watching men.
With distortion lessons, mental exhaustion, causing suicide of pure thoughts, intellect abortion. Conscious demons going live after drinking concoctions. More children know that self, watch with caution. Keep our minds free, not sold on mental slave auctions. They're just here to make you think like them options. That's not a choice. Stop liking and sharing the shit show. Calling modern heroes crackers that feed the fiscal. Playing mind games keep you still Morisco and not Moors, but don't know what a Moor is though. And when we tell, it's not because we were told. Read the celestial signs on the high road. My load stay heavy, most heart ready and stay boosted up. Unable to handle truth, left views and boost up. Talking all incompetent like you have no senses. Seeing from two, we see through three lenses. Lifestyles, lifestyle, charge, burn everything. Wait, bird, that's only crap. Straight up, my mama hit the surf, small step of a kid. Pick up the more, just the line in the house. Son of the Lord, say LOST. Ride with my BEST. Live in the bone of flesh lane. One man more, we nation packed. Amendment 13 ain't necessary. Corporate shutdown. To build a war, more, call it country. Beauty in your eyes, I see it pretty ugly. Start to talk to you. Can't wait for the finish. Clap it with the truth. Off the face when you say, send the ruler. Song of the face. Migrate, pineapple. Food up, Europe. Pro bono, publico, pro facto, pro individual. We have two things trapped on top of email. Sounds like a e-blast, watch those doors. I blaze with my circle, invoke my sea circle. Things back, but not that. I'm a bee, but not that. Like a mean mug, what did I do? Try to be like you. Let your feet hover, fall off your path at the least structure. I didn't mean that. You said you needed intensive care. I got the weed back, cocked 10 bags of your head. You said you need that. With his tail, I dropped the whole steed. Giddy up, wasn't funny. What you call money? Bring the green back, but greed was always left intact. Papa, pro bono, at my low, pro defense facto, pro bono, progress need no promo, brainwashed by TV programs, no, proclaim lower self, project higher than rockets, profound like photons in sockets, protection lacking, project in a direction away from blacking or be lacking, in a zombie procession, most profession, keep you from progressing, denying due processing, prosecutor wants no impropria persona, in full life or obia, prodigal son, nautical, astronomical one, all pro, never implausible, cause probable, proactive, not passive, minds captive, problem, children angry and hyperactive, needs more probiotic. Pro-black is pro-death, I'm proceeds and process. Pro-democracy wars keep me perplexed. Not hearing innocence, Kirkman Bay's wars profess. Seeing no more's in the back with no protest. Spiritual work is in progress.
Speaking pro is best, a point I emphasize, no stress. Meaning attend to what is or is to be, but it's not less. Communications are passing verbally, I express my progress and high probability for high if we opt to get opportunities that set our plots in check. To apply the domino effect, a story connects. More important than the past project, hence we document to step correct when we reflect. Plus self-inspect to detect what's real and focus on growth. This is what it is, and we do the theme of this verse, so take note. I proactively promote the quotes that I wrote when enlightened. Stimulating my state to be one more great from inciting affirmations that heighten implementation and healthy reminders inciting the common-minded to fighting, or more like a damn the mental train. Know what I'm saying? Like Coach Nim said, it's all for the street that complain.
Pro bono, publico, pro facto, pro indefensive. Pro bono, progress need no promo, brainwashed by TV programs, no.
Speaking pro is best, my progress project. I proactively promote the quotes that I wrote.
All right. All right. So hopefully everybody's back. About to continue. All right, so our next lecturer is one and only master teacher, Lord Noble Nature El Bay. This master teacher has been around for a while, doing major work out of Asbury Park territory. As mentioned before, he's a major inspiration to Moors all around because he has a visible Moorish business, it's Moorish Trucking Company, that is actually named Moorish Trucking Company. It says it on the side. This brother is always calm, cool, and collected, bringing complex thoughts to everybody, but breaking it down into its simplest forms. You know, if I would say if this brother was an MC, he would be, I would say like Rakim, a mixture of Rakim and Big Daddy Kane. So if you ever watch one of Rakim's interviews, how laid back and chill he is, but then he's dropping just wisdom, that's this brother right here. So yeah, without further ado, Moorish master adept teacher, Lord Noble Nature El Bay. Islam.
Islam, family. Just want to rise and give praise to Allah, as always, giving honors to our Prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Want to give honors to our Prophet first of all, because this is what we call his solar return. And for those who are not familiar with that term, that is significant of the word birth date. All right, so giving honors to all of our speakers today. And when it comes to that term solar return, I know coming in, I think that's a term that Sister Rahsmariah actually coined and came up with. And but it makes sense. So we've been using that term ever since. So we don't really call it a birthday, we call it a solar return, dealing with the return of the sun back to the same position that it was when our prophet was manifested, or what we call born. So for that cause, we call it a solar return. And also we give an honor to what we call the winter solstice, and just giving us a little background on everything. Well, we know came into the winter solstice around December 21st, 22nd, and because of the season that we call winter, which is, again, what we call the period of when the sun enters its lowest stage of development, or we call it its decadent season. We call it the winter solstice. So everything revolves around the sun. So it is based off of the sun cycle, or the sun dial, which here in a physical, mundane world, this is how we are actually we're governed, according to the sun and the moon. And we're not physically governed by it, but because of the influences of it, everything that we do in the physical world, and dates and events and holidays, is based off the relationship between the sun and the moon. Well, I don't mean we're governed by it, because man is the Lord of all the planes. So we're not governed by it because we have a higher vibratory rate than the sun and the moon if we're in our native state. And that's some of the things I'm going to be talking about. But every year, traditionally, since the prophet was, set up this movement, they have festivities and celebrations on the winter solstice. And not just the prophet and us, but everybody, every nation is celebrating the winter solstice in some way or fashion. Most of us has just been indoctrinated by different rituals that came along with the event of the solstice. And in our custom and history, we were indoctrinated into the Christian religion. So all of our practices and customs were pretty much geared upon what was put on us by the slave masters at that time. So as generations go forward, we all are following merely customs, ideas, and mans and customs that never done us any good, but always harmed them. So the prophet had to break that spell, so when he introduced us our nationality and our birthright, he also introduced us our old time religion. And that was important to try to break the spell of the slave master, because the prophet's whole mission was to free us from mental and physical slavery. So one of the best tactics that he used, besides the political and economical programs, was also the religious. And I'm going to be talking about that as well. So for those that's just coming into this, religion is derived from a Latin word, which means to realign or to line. And you can also use the term alignment. And we're going to be breaking down these things to get a better understanding of what our religion is. Because according to our questionnaire, which is our 101s given to us by the prophet, it stipulates that our religion is Islamism. And it says, is that a new or old time religion? And the answer is an old time religion. Now, when we look at that, we go every couple of generations, the name of the religion changes. Even the practices change, and the suggested practices change, which we call the hadiths, where people follow more of what their leaders say the practice is, and not necessarily the ancient practice of those things. They take the substance out of the events themselves and the customs. So this is why the prophet says that we serve merely cardinal customs and merely ideas of man. Because when we talk about carnal customs, carnal, derives from the term carnivorous or carn, meaning flesh. So we have been serving flesh customs. So all of the events, all of the rituals, the practices, the feast, and everything associated around most of these holidays are mainly endorsing flesh. And this is very important to understanding how to break the chains, the mental change and the physical change to redeem us from slavery. We have to get away from the flesh and the fleshless things, and not just talking about the eating of the flesh, but other things that's associated with flesh and the carnal nature, period. So we have to get more spiritual, as they say. We have to get more metaphysical and deal with more morality and things of this nature. And this is how we free ourselves, by minimizing the more we indulge in the flesh, will free us from slavery. Because slavery is not just picking cotton and working on a chain gang as was introduced to us. Slavery is definitely a mental capacitation that we have in our mind, where we're only using a certain percentage of our brain's capacity. So therefore that enslaves us. And then that results to physical slavery or entrapment or incapacitation in the physical world, because we're already accustomed to that, because that's what we're practicing. So I just want to move forward on a couple of things here. So starting off with our forerunner, I want to give honor to the forerunner of the movement, which is Marcus Messiah Garvey, and peace and blessings be upon him as well. But he's an important factor, played in a very key role in the development of our nation as Moorish American. And Moorish American is, and this is something that we all are trying to unfold into. We are all students. Like Brother Hakeem said in the beginning, that we're just starting, regardless of how long we've been in this, we're just beginning. And we should always have that mindset that there's always room for growth, no matter where we at on the spectrum. And Marcus Messiah Garvey played an important role in the development of this nation. And I just want to read something, a couple quotes from him, just to put us on key with that. A race that is solely dependent upon another for its economic existence sooner or later dies. So I want us to highlight that in our minds, because that's something we're going to be going over as well. He also said the history of a nation, the history of a race, is the guidepost of the nation's destiny. Highlight the word destiny. And also when you hear destiny, think destination, because we're going to deal with points of references to where is the destiny of the Moorish movement. Continues to say the race destiny, what you do today that is worthwhile inspires others to act at some future time. So that's very important as well, because he spoke about the future time. And what he did in the early 1900s was preparing us for a future time. As like the Prophet Noble Drew Ali did. All his work he did, he said it was going to take you 50 years or better just to understand what I have brought you, which is cross-referenced as, even though it might have been relevant for the time and they might have benefited from some of the things that he contributed to in that day of time, but the effect of what he did was going to be later understood, and it would take effect more on a later date. And this is what brings us into the future generations, speaking about us and those are yet born and still will come after us. But a lot of things that we're doing now, we're just trying to unravel and grasp a better understanding of what he established. And it's beautiful to see Moors, the era of times, how things changed. And going from the 1900s, we read the literature, the history of not so-called Black history, but the history of what our prophet and the Moors that walk with him, what they left for us to research and read and study during that time, and as well as Marcus Garvey as well, because they both was very influential in what we call nationalism. And nationalism pertains to development of a nation. And nationality and nationalism runs hand in hand. And these two brothers was, one of the keystones in the development of our nation and future nation, because our nation is still in a redevelopment stage. And a lot of Moors get discouraged because they say, well, we should have had this by now, we not doing nothing. And, you got to understand that this is a work in progress. And every era had its place. The literature in that time served a purpose, and everything that's being produced now will serve a purpose in the development of what has yet to be attained yet. Moorish American has not been fully developed yet. And we give honor to our prophet because Moorish American is a descendant of an ancient nation. And Moorish American was not a title or a nationality that was used prior to the Moors or Noble Drew Ali when he started the old Canaanite temple. And that we must really understand the legal ramifications that he did to establish Moorish American. And even though that we are Moors and been Moors, because Moors it deals with genealogy and blood and pedigree, but we wasn't a recognized and acknowledged nation for a long time until he came back on the scene. And it was things that he had to do politically to establish that or to reestablish that. But the key is he reestablished it under another national name. And we're also going to get into that. So this movement is considered, to those who know, as esoteric, although it wasn't established for that purpose. But that means that it's only understood really by people who can understand esoteric or occult sciences. And he even made references to that when he was making reference to that the new Moors was the ones that was going to come and fulfill my law, because he understands that as time advances, and dealing with that sundial again, when we're dealing with as the sun get closer to the equator, and especially in this what we call the Aquarian age, that knowledge was going to be born, or more knowledge was going to be born. Science means to know or knowledge. So as time evolves, which we call evolution, information and the unraveling of certain esoteric information is going to start to be decoded and come to fruition, which means that the younger generation are the ones that's going to really start to understand the ancient texts and scripts and lessons that was given to us by our forefathers. Where although that the elders, which is a chosen few, understand these lessons, some of them, but it's not collective, it's not as broad and massive as the youth that is coming into this information. And this is not just more science that I'm talking about, but it's just dealing with every human endeavor. The younger generation is going to succeed and supersede us in advanced technology, because that's the way life is. Life evolves and it spirals. So energy, air, and spirit is actually in a spiral rotation. So it's elevating. The universe is elevating or evolving. And the old is going to have to take a back seat, is what he was making reference to, not just because they were traitors or they try to squander the movement, but it's because dealing with life, the way energy operates, it wasn't their time to do certain things. So his instructions to them was to keep the doors open. And so we have to give honor where honor is due for what was done, because the doors of the Moorish Science Temple of America stayed open, even though that they might not have been doing what they expectations was for them to do, but they stayed open. And the little that they did was enough to pass the torch to the younger generations that came after them, to take it to another level. And that's what we have to give honor to. The prophet tells us to look for the bestest in others and give them the bestest in you. And if it wasn't for some of these Moors that kept the doors open, a lot of us wouldn't even have not just the information to move forward, but we wouldn't even have the platform to move forward. And what I mean by the platform is Prophet Noble Drew Ali in the Moorish Science Temple was actually the first Islamic reconstruction organization after the time of slavery. And during that time, Asiatics, period, was not allowed to assemble or peacefully assemble, congregate, teach lessons of Islam or teach lessons of freedom, period. Anything non-Christianity was actually unlawful under the Christian black codes. And Prophet Noble Drew Ali broke the spell and the code on these rules, these statutes, these codes that they had that regulated the activity of slavery. And because he broke a lot of these codes, they also took the heat for a lot of breaking these codes. So they came out with this information and teaching Asiatics to be free and to give back the slave master's name and religion. They got a lot of heat behind that. And as we know, COINTELPRO and certain FBI agents, etc., came into the movement and squandered the platform that he created. And he created a government, which is something to this day that's still misunderstood and not really being developed like it should be, because that's just an example of the COINTELPRO that still exists. And that's in the temple and outside the temple. So again, we got to be aware of that. But giving honor to a prophet again is that during the time when this wasn't even this was considered something new and considered to be unpatriotic, and so many other words that I won't use online, but it was definitely viewed very quickly as an antagonist type of organization. It started as a civic organization, and it started under the name the Old Canaanite Temple, established in 1913 in Newark, New Jersey. And because a lot of the antagonists that was against the prophet and what he was trying to do, he shortly had to move out of Jersey because of the heat that he got back in Jersey. And just speeding up the references to the movement, then he went to different states and traveled with his mission, but he centered the movement around Chicago, Illinois, in the early 20s. And then that's when he established the Moorish Temple of Science, Islam. and he legally structured the movement under the Moorish Temple of Science, and also established the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, which was the same temple and same organization, but they had two different names that he used at that time. And the Moorish Temple of Science was used as more of his civic structure still, of what he was, agenda that he was trying to promote. Now, under a civic organization, he said he taught those things necessary to make his members better citizens. And we're going to look at what a civic organization does. A civic organization doesn't just teach civics, and the term civic pertains to citizenship. So when you say a civic organization, you're talking about a citizenship organization. And when you're dealing with a citizenship organization or civic organization, it's dealing with anything that involves citizens or becoming a citizen, acting as a citizen, the laws of citizenship, the progress of citizenship, and the things that citizens need for their everyday endeavors. So along with the teachings of civics or law that they were teaching, and the history they were teaching, it was established in schools for the youth. And they put a lot of time and finance into the youth programs as a civic organization. They had the Young Men's Business League, which was important and vital key to citizenship for our people, for Asiatics and for our Moorish Americans. And these things today are overlooked because it became a mature movement later, where most of our time now as adults, as those that's in this, we really are in this for ourselves. And what I mean by that is most of our time and energy goes to what we're doing or what we're trying to establish, and we're leaving the intricate parts of this movement out, is by having the youth program set up to teach the youth on what to do. And that's needed now because it was always needed, but it's needed now out of any other time because of what's going on today, where the youth is not even in physical school anymore, dealing with this whole pandemic thing. So now is a time where we really have to have these schools, these youth programs, these young men's business leagues, etc. set up so that we can teach the youth the necessary things that they need to take us to another level. Like we was having internet issues a little while ago, but it's our children the ones that can come and fix the problem quicker than us, because they got a mind for this stuff. You know, our babies and our grandchildren, they're sitting there fluent with these devices. And it's because not necessarily they was taught to do it, but they're just in this new era of time. So they have the mind to adapt to it a lot quicker than we do. And we think reverse collectively as a people, that we put the children in another room, or we have our lectures and do what we do, but the children are not really a part of it. And that's a mistake that we're making as a nation. We have to put more time into the youth than we do our own adult programs and lectures. So I'm just pleading to us that we do that as a people, to look more into what the youth needs, because we're losing the youth. We're losing the youth. The youth is not listening to more science collectively. You know, they're running the streets, they're in the streets, they're listening to the entertainment, the celebrities. That's their role models, that's their leaders, that's their wazirs, that's their grand sheiks and empress and emperors and etc. That's who they turn to for advice. That's who set the trends for them, from the dietary laws to the apparel, the clothing, to the slang, the language that they use, which is all we know being orchestrated by, again, the European powers that we know about. But this is why we have to stop that and followed Drew Ali's instructions, because he really dealt with them more than he dealt with the adult aspect of what we're doing. So addressing that and relating that to our nation, I just want to give clarity to and a little information on our nation. So our nation is styled as Moorish American. And I'm going to read to us a plea that the Prophet put out, a plea to the nation from March 1st in 1929. And it says, our divine and national movement stands for the specific grand principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I, the Prophet, am applying to all loyal, faithful Moors, members, and the American citizens to help me in my great uplifting acts of uplifting fallen humanity among the Asiatic race and nation. For I have suffered much and severely in the past through a misunderstanding of what the movement was dedicated to. It is the great God Allah alone that guides the destiny of the divine and national movement. Again, we're back to that word destiny. So if we highlight that, because again, we're going to base this off destiny and destination on where we're going. The divine and national movement. It guides the destiny of the divine and national movement. I know all true American citizens are identified by national descent names to answer and apply to the free national constitution of this free national republic of the United States of America. And I want to highlight that. Whenever I speak, do lectures or study, I always use a highlighter. Because again, even though I might be speaking now as the speaker, I'm still studying. So I'm gonna highlight things, I'm gonna go over it, and I'm gonna come back to it. And that's just a good key tool for people who are just coming into this to use to study, because you have to study and cross-reference to understand this movement. So I want to highlight the term Free National Republic of the United States of America. And that's a term you don't hear every day. Even when you hear our so-called leaders of our government, when they speak, they don't use the term the Free National Constitution. They use the word the U.S. Constitution. Or they might just use the term the Constitution. But you rarely hear the term Free National Constitution, and I'm going to explain that as well. So he says the Free National Constitution of this Free National Republic of the United States of America. So he put the term free in front of the National Constitution, and he put the term free in front of the National Republic. And I've been telling Moors for years that that's a language that the Prophet introduced to us, a language. When he gave us literature, that literature should create our lingo or our language. And when we speaking, when we're writing, when we make, especially if we arguing claims or counterclaims in a court of law, then you definitely want to speak the language that our nation is supposed to use. So when the Prophet set up this nation, he set up a language to go with it. It doesn't have to be a foreign language. It doesn't have to be another tongue. When people hear language, they hear a different tongue. Or they thinking of a language that the common languages that they know, like Spanish, Latin, French, etc. And that's not just what language means. So the verbiage that we use in the course of language that we use, the writings that we use, if it's used in the majority of our nation, then that becomes a language. We can call it what we want. We can call it the Moorish language, and we're allowed to do that. But again, this is the language that you hear, and you should hear within our Moorish American nation, whether it's in the temple or not in the temple. we should always be speaking the same language, because it will have more of an effect if we use the same words and lingo. But there's lessons within that. So why did he use the term free in front of the Constitution, the national Constitution, and in front of the Free National Republic of the United States of America? Because when you use the term free, just like he said, our free national name, national name means the name of your nation. But he said our free national name. And to clear up confusion, that's not El or Bay. You know, some people say my free national name is El or Bay, or whatever they choose as their appellation. That's not a free national name. Your national name is the name of your nation. Whatever you choose for your designation or your appellation is your name or your appellation, your designation. And it could be your free designation or your free appellation, but it's not your national name. The national name is the collective name that we go by as a nation state or as a government, which happens to be Moorish American. So that's a government, that's a nation state. So we can't separate those meanings, because if we do, we'll never really identify what we have and how to use it. So I want us to think government, because a nation is a government. And the reason why he used the term free in front of them is because it separates and makes a distinction between the national name, because you can have a national name, i.e. a national name is a nationality. You can have a national name or nationality, but still not be free. So that's important that you use. Someone asks you, well, what is that? That's my free national name. Then they might say, well, free national, what is that? Why you say that? Or especially in the court of law, like I said, because now everything for the record, it could be cross-examined. And everything that's made for the record can be used in your defense of or whatever you claiming or counterclaiming. So you don't want to go in there still talking about nationality or I'm a part of a nation, and don't make a distinction that your nation is free. Because if your nation is still not free, then they still can utilize and enforce ultra-virus statutes and codes and penal codes and black codes or whatever they want to use, Jim Crow laws. They still can use that even though you walked in there talking about you were part of a nation. And that's what's being done today. Just generally speaking, what our nationality and our names, where they still will write you up as a member of the black race. So regardless, you can tell them that you got a nationality, you're Moorish American, your name could be Hakeem Bay, whatever it is, but on the green sheets that they use, that it's going to say race still black. So regardless of what you say, the status on paper is showing black. Until you counter that, they're still going to proceed with their ultra-virus statutes. This is why they tell you we don't deal with Constitution in these courts, because mainly they're not. They're dealing with contracts. And if you make an agreement or a pact with these names, then they can enforce the ultra-virus statutes on you because you haven't objected to it and counterclaimed what they said. Anything that is said on the record, if it's not objected, then it remains as truth, regardless if it's true or false. But if it's not counterclaimed, if you don't object to it, then it remains as a fact. And then if it remains as a fact, they're just going to keep rolling as if you're a 14th Amendment citizen. And this is really why it pays to study the law, because they're living off our virtues. And everything in this realm is based off contracts. And we might say law, but we're not understanding that law is contract. Law just means length, angle, and width. So law creates a contract. It creates a form. So here's how it works. what we call law represents length, angle, and width, which creates a form. So length, angle, and width results to matter. We have spiritual laws, which you will call moral laws, and natural laws, which are formless laws. Those are universal laws, which means that they have not took form because they hold a higher vibratory rate. But when laws are reduced, when man fell and man was reduced to matter, from spirit to matter, he took form. And when man took form, everything else that he needed to live in the physical world took form with him. So man brought all his physical garbage with him, his cardinal nature with him. And now we created a world that we live in. And because of that, our conduct and behavior is not that of spiritual laws. So it has to be rules and regulations to govern the physical, the what we call the realm of the manifest, or the cardinal nature. So this is where length, angle, and width represents a form. Shapes represents a form. So law is a form. Now the form, and what we are used to as a form, when I say form, I know that most people are thinking about the physical form that they give you to sign. An application is a form. Application for employment, or application to get an identification, a birth certificate is a form. Social security card is a form. Anything that's in a wallet is a form. A mortgage is a form. Whatever you do in the business world, and even non-business, is still based off some type of form. So you have to fill out a form in order to get some type of privilege that they're offering you. So it all bases off the form. So as soon as you fill out that form creates a contract.
You're good, Brother Nature. I just made you a presenter just in case you wanted to present something, so you're good.
All right, Islam. So I just click on not now, right?
Yeah.
All right, Islam. So yeah, so whenever we fill out anybody's form, especially if it's coming from a de facto government that our previous leaders spoke about earlier in the meeting today. When we speak about the U.S. democracy and the de facto government and all of these entities, these private corporations, they're acting as our nation and our government. So it is the proper chain of command, if you will, for government leadership to issue and institute programs such as identifications and documents of citizenship and things of that nature. It is the responsibility of representative government to issue you these things. But however, because that particular de facto government does not represent a Moorish American or a free Moorish American, when these forms are given to us and we still have to accept these things for value and do business in this matrix. So because we're still forced to deal with some of these things, we forced to fill out their form. So when you fill out their form, then that creates what we call a contract. It creates an acceptance. A contract deals with an offer. That's the first part of a contract. It's an offer has to be made. Someone is offering you something, and you're in need of what they're offering. So what you do is you accept it. Now, once you accept it, then that's where the contract is formed. And the third part of that contract is consideration. It means that whatever you're getting out the deal, a contract should be mutual at all times, which means that you should benefit from a contract. If you're not benefiting from a contract, then you should definitely check the whole purpose of the contract and your agenda with the contract. Because if you're not going to benefit from it, there's no need of dealing with it. But you have to look at, you can still accept the contract without being subject to the terms and conditions of slavery, or being an artificial person, or being under their trust, and things of that nature. So that's another lesson that we'll do at another time. But we have been talking about this for years, how to live within contracts, because everything we do is contracts. So relate that to the forms to law, and then you'll have a better understanding about when they say do this, it's the law, that you'll understand what law that they're talking about. Because if you don't have a contract with them, then you don't necessarily have to be obligated to that particular law, because that law is just a contract. And going back to the courts again, most courts on a municipal and a county level are contract courts, and even most state courts, states will have a dual jurisdiction as far as what they hear, state court. But lower courts, which is county, justice of the peace, and municipal, which are all de facto, they go by ultra virus statutes, state statutes annotated, and all of those are contract based. So just something that we want to get into. So those civic organizations that I was talking about, as far as the Moorish Temple of Science, the old Canaanite temple, the prophet dealt with citizenship. He dealt with all of these different endeavors of anything a Moorish American will be indulging in. And especially when he made the call, he says, "Come all ye Asiatics of North America and hear the truth about your nationality and your birthrights." So when we deal with the term birthright, we're also dealing with inheritance. That's where we deal with the descent part of man. So I'm going to continue with the plea to the nation because I didn't finish it. But it says, "That's why I'm calling on all true national citizens to help me morally and financially in my great work that I am doing to help this national government." It says, "For without a free national name, i.e. nationality, without a decent flag of your forefathers," and that's what our Moorish American flag here that I have in the back represents. That's our decent flag. He said, "There's not a national divine title of the government in which we live." So that's something that we also have to investigate on. What is he saying? That there's not a national means nation. There's not a national divine title of the government in which we live. So what that means is, for starters, without a free national name, which is Moorish American, and I'm writing this down just so that I can make clarity to this. So without a free national name, which is Moorish American, which is our nationality, without a decent flag of your forefathers, which is what we also call a national standard. So I want us to write that down. National standard. So our national standard is our decent flag. So in order for us, or in order for the prophet to declare us a legal and lawful nation, and he did that in the year 1928. In order for him to do that, he had to satisfy the national and international requirements of what they call national standards. And these are some of the national standards that he spoke about: the decent flag, the free national name, and the title of our government. So Moorish American is not just our nationality, but that's the title of our government. Now, the organization of the nation, and the nation again is Moorish American, and I'm just repeating this so that the person who's just coming into this information can understand where we're going with this. The organization of our nation is referred to as the MST of A, which is the Moorish Science Temple of America. So the civic organization that was under many different names finally was last resolved to the name Moorish Science Temple of America, where he changed the legal filing of it in the Cook County Record of Illinois from a civic organization to a religious organization and put it under the name Moorish Science Temple of America. And a lot of people still think, most of our adversaries have been pushing the fact that our nation is styled as a religious organization to justify their agenda and to take us away from our political platform and our economical platform that goes along with our nation being Moorish American. And that's one of the mistakes that some of us do when we follow that trend of just repeating that or believing what they say. And the Prophet himself did not say that. He said, since the work of the Moorish Science Temple of America was largely religious, he says an affidavit has been filed in Cook County to that effect. But he didn't change the activity of it. And there's religious immunities and other legal ramifications that come along with the styling of a religious organization. And other nations also run their government based off their national standards and their descent, which when you say descent, you're talking about, again, your forefathers and your foremothers. So whatever came before us is the law. And in that law, it comes under what is called custom. So custom, or what we call customary law. So for Moorish American, our laws are customary. And customary means that they predate the actual present day laws that we have today, that was introduced to us through the slave masters or slave holders. Remember, if we follow the slave masters' laws, then those are contract laws. Then we agree not to just be members or citizens under his jurisdiction, but we also agreeing to be non-human artificial entities. So breaking that spell, we break the spell through language. We have to understand word terminology, semantics, etymology to be able to be free. So we as a clean and pure nation, he stipulated several times that we are a free nation. We have a free national name. We support the free national constitution of this free national republic of the United States of America, because the United States of America's construction was set up to be a free nation. So even the Constitution that's been enforced since 1774 and then later restructured in 1787, which they claim in order to form a more perfect union, the adoption of the Constitution that represents, it was adopted based off pre-existing customs and laws and agreements. So it was derived from customary law. and not just from themselves, because they were dependent, or what you would call, they were an enslaved nation or people. The European nations collectively, or what we call the colonizers, is a better term so we can understand. When they came and colonized this territory or this land that we call North America, that was under the influence of colonizers. So that's why they created colonies, because they were colonizers. And later those colonies became known as states. So by them forming a more perfect union, even though they didn't keep the republic that they made the declaration to keep or to follow, the republic that they established was still a free national constitution for a free people and a free government. That's what the agenda was. That was what the preamble was. That's what the intent of them declaring themselves to be free. That's what that was for. So we know that that has not been done. And one of their founding or leaders even made the statement that you now have a republic if you choose to keep it, because he understood that the principles was too advanced and too mature for the people, especially of them being a bombarded people. And the way they attained this territory was through bloodshed. And they were barbaric, they were evil, and they did not occupy this land justly. They didn't get permission. They were never nationalized into this land. They colonized it through war. So the way that they even declared themselves a nation was done according to what we call unclean hands. So even though that we fell because of the unclean hands and because of the war, they still have a karmic debt that had to take place because of what they did to us. And this is going back into that whole meaning of justice, you know, what the prophet again said, well, if love, truth, peace, and freedom has been violated, justice then must take its course. So this is why we're experiencing the balancement of that cardinal nature, both from their side and our side, because we fell as a nation, as an empire, also based on unclean hands, on how we dealt with each other and dealt with the other families of nations. And this is why the prophet told us that when the Moors get back on top, that we have to treat the European just, because of the unclean hands that we contribute to. So Islam. So dealing with the specific grand principles, I want to touch on the specific grand principles. The grand principles of our standard, we have a 5-pointed star. There was added, this is just a symbol. This was added to our Moorish flag, our decent flag, I want to say. So this symbolism of going back to our questionnaires, it says, what type of flag is the Moorish? It is a red flag with a 5-pointed green star in the center. It says, how old is that flag? And it says that flag is over 50,000 years. So we got to understand, some people's literature might say 10,000 years, but regardless of the fact, the original recordings and records says 50, but that's not what this is based off. Regardless if it's 10 or 50, 10,000 years is a very long time. So I want us to understand this, how the questionnaire also creates our language. And it creates the language of our nation that we all, regardless of what school of thought or what organization that we're in, if we're declaring our nationality as Moorish American, we must speak the same language. And that language was introduced to us by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So it's imperative and important that we repeat this language and all be on the same accord, because where there's unity, there's strength. And part of the reason why they're playing us is because we have not adopted the same language. That language has been disturbed. It has been broken up deliberately to keep us from being divided and effective. But back to the grand specific principles. So this flag, even though our flag has been governing here for over 10,000 and over 50,000 years, you know, that's a very long time. Though, and that's ages. That's over 5 ages. If we go with the 10,000 years old that most people are accustomed to saying, that equates to over 5 different ages. Now, an age is recorded as every 2,166 years. So if an age roughly speaks about references 2,000 years, and we go with the 10,000 years, then that means that this flag has been around for at least 5 ages. So being that we now understand that, for those who didn't, ties in our customary laws. So in order for the prophet to declare us a modern day nation within a nation referred to as the United States of America, in order for us to have that dual function, to be part and parcel of this nation, we had to have a decent custom and standards in government already in place in order for that to be a true fact. This is why there's no other Asiatic nations this declaring themselves in this era of time here in what we call the so-called United States of America, because it's not factual. So it can't be done because it wouldn't be a fact. Even in the progress that was trying to be made through what they call the Nation of Islam, which is still an offshoot of the Moorish Science Temple of America. But even in that terminology, they went from the Temple of Islam, which was the first name, and they were the second Islamic organization after the reconstruction of slavery. But even after that, they went from the Temple of Islam to the Nation of Islam. And even though they were referred to as the Nation of Islam, that was just the insignia of their organization. That's just the name that they called themselves. But that's not a political, or what we call a de jure government. So there's a difference between the Nation of Islam and the Moorish American nation. One has political, legal, and lawful ramifications to it, nationally and internationally, and one doesn't. So again, not to talk about them, but that's just to give you, again, understanding on what Noble Drew Ali did in 1928 that has been squandered. So the more that Drew Ali brought people into a national platform, a national and international platform, he brought them into government structure. And then once he left the forum, you know, different agents came into the movement to try to stir the political and economical ramifications of that up. And many different organizations was formed after that to take the political power away, so that we don't have a national and international representation when it comes to what he did in 1928. And that's what we're still suffering from today. So being that this goes back for at least 5 different ages, the flag went through many different transitions going back over the ages. And he told us that we are descendants of the ancient Moroccans, which is not the citizens of the Kingdom of Morocco. The Kingdom of Morocco is a recent political construction. So we are not descendants of the kingdom. Back when our forefathers ruled, there was no kingdom. Kingdom came later. There was no king. You know, sometimes Moors refer to us as kings and queens, and our forefathers as kings, but the word king means the ruler of a kingdom. And the word kingdom is fairly recent. We were not kings. That wasn't, we were kings according to the status quo that you want to say a king is. We wasn't slaves. Absolutely. We were rulers. But a king, we was not, that was not the title that we used in the ancient days, because there was no kingdom. We did use the word emperors, because emperor is derived from the word empire. So an emperor or emperor or empress is the titles of the leader of an empire. So again, we just want to clear up what that means as well. So we're descendants from the ancient Moroccans, which is the Moroccan Empire, which another term was used in a certain era of time was also descendants of the ancient Moabites, who inhabited the land of Canaan. So we were referred to as Canaanites. So our roots and our customary laws trickles all the way back to the land of Canaan, Mecca, and the holy city. There's many different names, and throughout different texts and history books, all of our history is broken down into many different names, many different languages. They called us by different names, and even in government structure, we had different government names, because every time a leader passed the torch down to what they call a successor, sometimes those successors would change the customary laws or rules and the names that was associated with that, and also the name of the territories that they might have went and occupied. They would name the lands after themselves or other things that was in their language. So we have to really go through all of the different names to really start to put the pieces of the puzzle back together. But just to name the key important names is throughout history, Drew Ali directed us to Moroccan, Moabite, which is from the land of Moab, to Canaanite. And those are the most important names that we need to know in tracing that line back. Once you research those names, you'll discover the other names that we went by as well, as far as Amorites, Hittites, and whatever, Berbers, and it's a lot of them. But to stay on key, the customary laws goes back to Canaan, which is very important to us, because in order for us to establish a lawful claim in these days at times, we must use customary laws to tie back into what rules are we really obligated to, because we cannot deviate from our forefathers' laws. If we do that in a declaration or statement, then what occurs is we dishonor our mothers and the fathers, and then we become dishonorable even in modern day law. So modern day officials wouldn't have no obligation to us if we dishonored our own customary law, because if we agree to their statutory law, then we dishonor our very own customary law, which we become subject to the jurisdiction thereof, which is what the 14th Amendment stipulates. And that's pretty much what's been the rule of thumb for many decades with our Moors. They have not been able to counter and disclaim the 14th Amendment. And because of that, as a nation, we still bear the legal status of a 14th Amendment citizen. Although that the Prophet disclaimed that for us, we didn't collectively follow suit with those particular lessons, and because of that, our nation kind of fell right back into default of the jurisdiction thereof, of that 14th Amendment status. So now when Moors come along that's exercising the law what occurs is they deal with us on a case-by-case basis because they know that most of us don't know how to work our way out of that 14th Amendment status. So it's a hit and miss where they know that they might get some and they can't get others, but it's beneficial to their monetary system and their account, like Brother Aseer spoke about earlier, dealing with their account. Then they'd rather take the chance of bringing us in, giving us the form, and see if we're successful or not with that self-declaration, and they know that they still can keep up that account if they keep us from following the lessons that Drew gave to us, or those instructions. So going back to the customary law, the flag went through many different transitions all the way back to Canaan. You know, from even being in different colors, the flag wasn't always red. The flag was white at one particular time, and it was all white. Then it became red, as well as other symbols. And actually, before it was even a white flag, it was a symbol of a crescent and a star, which again is being used by the Nation of Islam. And it's important to understand that because in the successorship of flags, the crescent and star is the oldest flag known to humanity. So that's still our flag. And when the Prophet, I'm gonna give us, I don't know if it's visible where you can see it, but these are the symbols, just to name a few, that the Prophet actually used on his documentation. He used it on the charter. He used it on affidavits, and any legal communication he did with the nation, the national government, and the international family. He put these symbols on as his header. Now, again, I'm gonna just show you how we accustomed to doing. A lot of people still to this day, the Moorish Science Temple might still keep that header for Moorish Science Temple of America activity. But the crescent and star is actually a flag. And Moors don't think that flags are actually, like the Prophet didn't use these flags on their documents, or they think that flags are more, hold more weight or significance. So, you know, even in the modern day communication that Moors create affidavits with, they replace it with different flags, like the Moorish American flag, the Continental flag, and some will use the Star Spangled Banner and different things. But, you know, what we're doing is we're still deviating from the platform that the Prophet created. Now, it doesn't mean that it won't work or it can't work, because it has worked. But however, every time we change things, we dilute the power that it has. Because what the Prophet did, when he chose his literature, he chose his symbols and things, all of these things was consecrated. And he put spiritual work into these symbols and putting them on documents, and he did rituals, and these things been around the world. And these symbols traveled and were backed by people that we don't recently, or modern day speaking, have the power to communicate with, because they also speak on celestial levels that we're not really even consecrating and tapping into. So again, this whole movement is spiritual, and I'm just not trying to tear down what anybody has done, but I'm trying to inspire people to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, and to really look into Drew Ali's work and his platform, because we need more youth, we need more ingenuous citizens, and the young and yet born, and even our elders and leaders who still have the mind, is still on the road doing this. We still are dependent on those who know to still operate and teach the younger generations how to become the future guardians of this nation.
Brother, that's the nature. So your time, your time is mean, you could go for like another minute if you want to give out information where people could reach you. You know, like businesses or anything that you want to add to let people know.
Islam.
Islam.
So, as far as communication, you can reach us at, what's the email address for the temple? Moorish Guideposts at gmail.com is the best email to contact us.
All right, I'm putting that in the chat. In the chat now.
And as a
Moorish
phone
Guidepost
reference,
at Gmail.
yeah, Moorish Guidepost, yeah, all one word, Moorish Guideposts at gmail.com.
All right.
All right, and the math that we could be reached is 732-312-2040.
732
312-2040.
3040.
2040.
Oh, my bad. 2040. All right.
And the best way to do more is text that number. That's a cell phone, and someone will get back to you. As far as the business, I know Sheikess Nika threw the business out earlier, and a lot of people do try to contact us through the business, and we have several different people that view the emails and answer the phones for the businesses. So sometimes they're going to leave a message, and it might take a while for us to actually get back to you on that. So use the Moorish Guidepost at Gmail. That would be the best way to contact us.
All right. Perfect.
Islam?
All right, Islam, give thanks.
Give thanks to y'all. Thanks for the opportunity to be a part of this celebration and be on this panel with these great minds, if you will. You know, it's historical, and I encourage more of these platforms to take place. I just want to thank the ones that came before me and the ones that's coming after, and thanking Canaanland Moors for putting this platform together. Brother Sheldon for chairing this meeting, you know, and sacrificing time out of our day to you know, do the prophet's work. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Give thanks. All right. So,
Islam, until we meet again. Islam.
Love.
Islam.
All right. So, we can take a little 5-minute break, I guess. And then coming up afterwards is Empress Rahsmariah Bay, the anchor. The anchor of the More Avengers. So Empress Roz, do you wanna start right away, or we can start in 5 minutes if you need to?
Oh, whatever you need to do. I'm ready. I think I'm ready here. Can you see me? I think I have my webcam on now.
No, you turned it off. Well, let me give you your flowers when you can still smell them. I gotta introduce you.
Right. Let me make sure now it's on. Oh, there it is.
All right.
Islam.
So, Islam. So the next presenter is another great empress that really helped me in my education about astrology. And it's interesting that Master Nature just said that Empress Roz coined solar return, because I use that all the time. Happy solar return day.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, she's one of our More Avengers, our superheroes. You know, we know she controls the weather. So, you know, so I mean, if you're ever wondering what days and stuff to go outside and what days to perform certain things, best to study under Empress Roz, because she has all that information. She's been all over YouTube. You could just, you know, type her name in and videos upon videos will come up. Old videos as well. It's been around since, I believe those have to been in the 90s, those videos as well, because they looked old and a little bit similar to Master Hakim's videos that look like they're from VHS. So, you know, many years. I'd say about 30 years of wisdom at least.
But yeah, in the Moorish information, 20, going on 21 now.
All right. So
But I think all of our travels take us to, all of our involvements have taken us to where we are.
right. So I mean, if you think about it, this panel that we have here has well over, what is that? Let me see, 40, 60, 20 is 80, well over 120 years of wisdom, of Moorish wisdom, just on this panel alone, well over. So I hope everybody's taking notes. Get those books ready, because I know we're gonna get some more fantastic information from Empress Roz, the one who started RV Bay Publications, the famous RV Bay Publications, online university, RV Bay Publications, that's helped pretty much every one of us in this chat at some point or another, getting information, getting books. You order 2 books, you get a suitcase full of books that you didn't even ask for, but I mean, they all come and they're all great information. I have so much stuff from RV Bay, nationality cards, everything. So without further ado, the one that we affectionately call Storm in Canaanland.
Oh my goodness.
The superpower mutant, Empress Rahsmariah Bay.
I really appreciate that term, because before you did that, someone else said to me that that was what they thought I was like, Storm, the character there, before you even did that. And so when we get to astrology, we have to understand what our energies are. So I know with my chart, I have a lot of outgoing energies, and I never saw it that way, but I guess I had to accept that now. And I want to say I really appreciated that's wonderful. But first, I want to give honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. This is why we're here, for the information that he shared of his life works towards his desire to see his people come out of the darkness and into marvelous light. No light is truth, truth is light. But I want to secondly say how honored I am to have been invited on this platform, this 11th annual. I know that you always, there in Canaanland, they always have this physically. And because of these conditions, remember the prophet said that if we did not follow what he has laid down for us, there was going to be floods, earthquakes, and diseases. See, and some of us may not have really paid much attention to the and diseases, right? But his prophecies are on point. The other thing that he said that we're suffering, not suffering, because it's really not a suffering. It's not a suffering. These are great times. He told us it was going to be the electrifying age of information, but he said that we were all going to be forced to make changes. So we're sitting here being forced. We're like, where's the schools for the children? Well, where are they? Because this system, they've shut them down. So now everyone is absolutely at attention. Many people are, able to study right now. I'm thankful for that. But I want to say to you, Sheldon, I want to show this to affirm. See, where did I put it? To affirm some of the things that you were saying. earlier about, I know you're in Germany, right? So
Yeah.
let me just do this. Oh, here we go. Have to put on my glasses. Yes. So first and foremost, I want to affirm what you were saying about Germany. Those, can you see that on the screen?
Not yet.
Okay, and you know why? Because I simply forgot to open up screen. Now we'll go back to what I wanted you to see. All right, view, full screen. Now do you see that?
Yes, that's in Coburg. I know that. I know those man covers. Yeah.
Yes, yes, and yes. And so when you were talking about that, I was like, wow, I've got to, I pulled it up. Now it's interesting. This is on the site, and it's in a story about Christmas. And, you know, you might wonder how or why. I had to find it myself. Because I was doing an article about Christmas under our heading called Holidays, Holy Days. And it was about Christmas, and it was about St. Maurice. St. Maurice, I can't see my own screen here. Hold on a minute. St. Maurice is the city of Coburg's patron saint. And there was a story about how he was celebrating this time that we're in now, the what we call Christmas, or the massive crossing. Is the sun that takes its rest for 3 days, or apparently rest for 3 days, and now it's on its way. You know, every day you'll notice we're getting 2 minutes more of sunlight. It doesn't matter about the time or the clocks or the falling back and the springing forward. We have to go by nature's guide and nature's law, the universal law of correspondence. So I had added this in here when speaking of him. And I also wanted to show one more thing before I get, because I am going to deal with the love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice principles, because they're principles, and a lot of people may not know how those principles actually apply to them while they are, whether they're aware of it or not. And I'm trusting to simplify that so they can see how it goes. But before I do that, I also wanted to give acknowledgement to all of the presenters before me, and I want to dedicate to them chapter 34 out of the Circle 7 Holy Quran. I will not read it. I will just read the first stanza from it. I dedicate that to every person that has spoken today. And the first stanza, that's 34, and it's the chapter on sincerity. And it says, O thou who art enamored with the beauty of truth, and has fixed thy heart on the simplicity of her charms, hold fast thy fidelity unto her, and forsake her not. The constancy of thy virtue shall crown thee with honor. So now I have to say that the people on the panel today are, you know, it's been 20 years, as we said. And most of them, we came around the same time, with the exception of Hakeem Bay, who was the first presenter. I know his time in this paradigm, this Moorish paradigm, is 40 years. So, but Asir, I remember when we had Moorish Heritage and History School. Now, I don't know how long he's been knowledgeable of the Moorish information. I know he mentioned it and he's in it. I do know that we had him as a presenter at the Moorish Heritage and History School at New York, 125th and 5th. And he was beautiful then, his spirit, his soul, his intent, the sincerity, because that's very, very important. I think that's more important than as we go through our travels, because we are here to learn lessons. We are here to learn in degrees. So we all go through whatever we have to go through, myself included, all of us, and to learn those lessons. And if we don't, we just get them brought back to us again until we do. And then you rise to the next degree. So and then of course, what can I say about my sister, daughter, my daughter, sister, mother, Nika, peace and love to you. You look well. And really, Grand Sheik nature of Bay. When I first, we rolled, I come from that temple. When I first started into this information and ran into them, you know, I told him then, you look like my brother. And then when I say we're all brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers, well, it really it's just mothers and sons. That's all that it really is. But you know, he really looked like a more close family from the blood. You know, he reminded me of my brother, and I always told him that. And it's good to see him again as well. There's a few things here that I want to add in quick before I go to the. I have a nice illustration that I think will simplify how you are walking under those 5 principles, whether you recognize them or not. You are, and those 5 principles: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Guess what? They're recognizing you. How you use them is where the last part of justice comes, because justice is about retribution, meaning, as Grand Sheik mentioned about the karma. Karma is not just for any wide span of time. It's for you. It's for each one of us. So retribution, justice, on the justice end means what have you contributed to be retributed about. And this is all beginning with the principles that the prophet left, starting with love, right? So I just want to say one thing. You know, one of the things that we would always get a little confused about, or not confused, but just not sure about, let's say, was, let me not share my screen anymore. All right. Was the, are we citizens? Now, I remember citizens means membership. I want to make this real clear, because the United States is a company. It is a union. It operates on this land. How they're everybody says they're colonizers. That means we were here first. We know we were here first, right? And I'm going to explain that about what I mean by citizens, because you have to be in business, because they are absolutely a business. And so our national name is where we are united on this land, all right, through the laws of the land, not, and the Constitution, which is the, as he said, the national Constitution, the free national republic Constitution. We need to be clear with that. We definitely are. Now, there's mention that they're violating it. Well, of course, earlier, Hakim even said that we're all working, instead of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, we're working as something that's opposing to that without knowing. I just trust that after I show you what love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice is for you, and they're under signs and symbols that have always been there, that people have told you is that's some spooky dooky stuff. Oh, you know, the 5-pointed star is evil, or the all-seeing eye, you know, or the crescent and the star, which nature just talked about, you know, all of that is evil stuff because of lack of knowledge. But when he said that we're working in reverse, I want to show you, yeah, they are working. We are because of lack of knowledge, for not knowing. They are for intent. Intent. I believe Asir had mentioned about, or nature, that, you know, that it wasn't really done in order. You know, that's why justice must be balanced now. They colonized. So let's just take a quick look, and I don't have to read all of these because, you know, we went to Ellis Island. This is so important because this is what study does, and I help you put all these things together to know who is who and what is what. And when we went there, there was 5 things that was their intent. It's displayed there. It's there. And we need to look at the first principle called love, and look at what is reverse. Well, conquest isn't love, is it? The first principle is love. Conquest is not love. So that's against it. Now, people say, well, the opposite of love is hate. Well, fear and hate, same thing, really. But this is their opposite. This is their five principles, if you will, working against polar reflections of the five principles that the prophet told us about as keys to our taking our place amongst the affairs of man. So if you have now on, let me see if you can see my screen again. I apologize. Whoops, wait. Let me put this up. Let me put this up. The five principles of that they have. I believe it's under my PDF. Give me a second. No, that's not it. The five principles that they have of conquest. Shucks. Hold on a moment, everyone. I got all this stuff. Oh, here we go. Now. Why isn't that showing with you? The one that I have chosen is the. Can you see the displayed at Ellis Island right now?
No, it's not visible.
Okay, you just see me, correct? So let me just cut me off for a second and go to my screen. I got it. It's not the one. I apologize. Just give me a second. This is the one I want.
You have time, no problem.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think that I may have. Nope. Just give me a second here. I have it on this computer. I have a lot of different computers. So the first principle, I'm just going to talk you through this while I pull it up, is love. The first principle, as it is expressed at Ellis Island, is conquest. The second we're talking is truth. Theirs is colonization, right? And the just a second here, everyone. Presentations. Here we go. Presentations. Ellis Island display. And I had this up. I do not know why it won't show it. Let's see if this is it. All right. Do you see it now?
Yes, perfect.
All righty then. All right. I had it under the wrong thing. All right. So here we go. This is, I'm going to bring this down just a little bit. So that it's, all right. So this when we went in 2016. And I'm saying this because when Hakeem said, you know, we've been living in the reverse of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and others have been too. So love, conquest is not love. Truth, colonization is not truth. Now let me just read I'm not going to read all of them, but this first one is important because it leads into some other things that we may have misunderstood. Conquest. This is what they actually have displayed. I saw it with my own eyes. I mean, I have a picture of the plaques that was displayed. I don't need to show that to you. You can go and see it yourself. I'm just reading it out to you. This is exactly what it says. It says, despite the myth that the North American lay empty and available for the taking, European explorers encountered over 200 different cultures. That means families, or what some call today their tribal, quote, names. That's families whose ancestors had lived on this continent for thousands of years. Through armed conflict, Europeans seized the land and claimed it for settlement. This often entailed enslaving, subjugating, or removing native peoples to reservations against their will. Disease was an unintended instrument of conquest at that time. Millions of Native Americans died from foreign viruses to which they had no resistance. So what I wanted you to see in there is that they did not call the people Indians because the people looked something like this. Do you see that picture?
Yes.
Okay, and or how about trying, and that's more up to date. You can see in that picture, they almost look as if, well, we're not really sure who we are, what we are. There's a mixture here. I want to get that out. There's a mixture. You've got some turbans, some feathers, the crown. You've got the bands. You've got a little bit, we're going to go into the more European look. All kinds of mixtures. This particular one is a turn of the century. However, there are others such as, let's see, I believe I have that in Words and Christian Powers presentation. Hold on a moment, just bear with me so I can pull it up. There are other pictures. I almost don't even have to show them to you because we've kind of already seen a lot of this stuff already. It's going around because I heard I believe it was Hakeem say, look, everything prior to today is boot camp. Now, there's a lot of people who haven't even entered, let alone to pass boot camp, but it's boot camp. This is the time to apply these things to us, to apply these things to our lives. That's why, once again, we are being what? Forced to make changes. Regardless, we are being forced to make changes. All right. And it's interesting because you would think that when someone says forced to make changes, your mind may have thought, oh, well, maybe I will, maybe I won't. No, that's not what the prophet said. He didn't say maybe you will, maybe you won't. He said you will be forced to make changes. And so that's what we are, forced to make changes. I just want to make sure that you are seeing this one. You see this one where it says Aboriginal Indigenous People of the American Land.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm just supporting some of the things that have been said that we need to look at. Now let's take a look at this. And I was telling you about Ellis Island. Ellis Island happened really, or when they came through Ellis Island, that happened after. Now let me just say, Asir said, and I heard him loud and clear, he said something that there were white Europeans, right? He said white Europeans that had dark skin, right? Now I just want to, can you see me here now? Because I'm just going back and forth. There we go. He said there were white Europeans with dark skin who brought over black Europeans with white skin, so-called white skin. Now, I know exactly what he's saying, and maybe most of us do, but see, some of the newcomers, and I'm going to say newcomers, the newbies, whatever you want to call it, coming into this information. First, we need to say all the people that you just listened to, we were once called the New Moors also. And there will be New Moors all of the time because this is for the young and yet unborn, and it doesn't really mean age. So it's constant. So when he said white Europeans with dark skin who brought over black Europeans with white skin, he was talking white status and Moors, because the British Empire, who is our relatives, our cousins, if you will, they asked if they could come here to the Moroccan Empire and bring their businesses and do business. And we said, sure. And so they bought their people who were black status, white skin, Slavics. The true slaves are Slavics. That's the true slaves, right? And the plantations that you go maybe to visit today, if you get a chance to, or you hear talk about plantations, those were set up by Moors who brought over the Slavics. And I just want to put this timeline together here. Who brought over the Slavics, left them here to die. They sat and watched Moors who were in charge of the spice trade, the seas, right? Fight everybody. And then they came to them and said, we're going to tax you because we need to recoup some finance for the war we just had. And this is what they suffered. Now, I'm not saying this to say that you should feel sad or bad. I'm saying that the truth doesn't change nor pass away, and you have to know the truth in order to have the light. The truth is the second principle. And I always say that if you have truth, you have love. If you have love, you have truth. So if you don't have love and you don't have truth, if you don't have love and you don't have truth, you don't have peace, and you don't have love in the first place if you don't have truth. So that's how, so we have to know the truth. This is why the prophet said, study, study, study. So when that occurred, they fought for their independence. The Declaration of Independence, oh yeah, it says all men are created equal, because they sure wasn't treated equal at all whatsoever. So the karmic debt, it rests on us as well. What was satisfied in that, or what will happen, is that these colonizers, we need to be clear about who the United States is, what America is, and why we are or would be citizens of the United States of America is because we are doing business. We have a business and a business concern, because that agreement is a business agreement. Same with the treaty. I was excited about the treaty, still am. It's ours. But, because from my point of view, it showed proof that we existed. That, oh my goodness, that there is really such a thing as a Moor, because it's not taught to us in the systematic educational institutions. We could go into why, it doesn't matter. It's not, we didn't get it. So just the excitement of a treaty that says Moors, now the deal really is that the treaty is for those who are upon the sea, carrying your goods. So if you're not on the sea carrying goods, it doesn't apply, other than the fact that we know we're really Moors, that we really exist. That's what the reference for it meant to me then. Now, also, during that time, you have to understand the timeline. Remember, their independence was not really to free slaves. We see that. But then again, it was, because they were the slaves. So it allowed them to do business independently instead of being what? Taxed by who? The British Moors. Who was abusing them, just abusing them, right? And so that by doing your history and going to the Stamp Act, that was around 1563. Don't quote me on that. I've got a timeline for it. And there's so they that was when they started taxing them, right after they finished the war with the French. So they were looking for independence so that they could be industrious themselves. And here we are in the same position, trying to fight through, as it was mentioned earlier, our economic standing, right? And how we need to grow that, and the beggar people, can never attain, and all of that. Well, it's the reverse. So once all that occurred with them, the Stamp Act, and then after that, it was the Boston Tea Party. There's a lot of information in between, but all of that stuff, when I learned it at school, I thought it was just Europeans against Europeans. Of course, in that day, I would say white people against white people. We know better. Our language changes when we know better, because first there's the word. We must speak the right words. So, it really wasn't that. It was them gaining their independence. And so they had the Declaration of Independence. Now, if you don't have to believe me when I tell you this. You can just go look up for yourself the treaty between Great Britain and Morocco. I know you might not see that much. I know you don't, because you have to do something called that the prophet said to do. Study. One of the biggest things we also do is by not knowing who is who and what is what, we'll read something and don't realize who it is talking about, such as the Declaration of Independence. It had nothing to do with us, not even a little bit. Chronology of time will prove that to you. It had all to do with them being free from the British, or what they'll call England, And we all know that they say, oh yeah, we were freed from England. And the crown of England has nothing to do with us over here in this ancient North American land. So we had to bring them into the what? Fold of government. What are we looking to do? What did the prophet do? He brought us into it, right? He's telling us. We're sitting here now thinking we're omitted when we're not. That's what he did. But not because, see, the union, because once they were here, and some of them were left here to die, and that's where you hear those stories where they'll say that the Native Americans, some people will say Indians, but this isn't India. They weren't Indians. When I went to Ellis Island, the only thing close to Indians was those who we know as East Indian today, our brethren. They were over here long before the colonists, and so was what we call Chinese today. They were also over here. And there's pictures at Ellis Island showing you where they were, and some of them were working on the railroads. All right. But there's also a picture right next to it where they purposely at Ellis Island omit the Chinese from the photograph. You have to see it for yourself. So once they were allowed to be on the seas, to get back to the treaty, it's very important, because the treaty is for doing business on the seas even to this day. And all that we said was that if any more, that means whether it's my brethren more from Britain at the time, or any more from anywhere on the four corners, don't mess with them, because we're family. All right. And so the other thing that we did was that the Moorish fleets, that means the Moorish sons and the fleets, the modern Europeans, that's what we call the modern Europeans. I wanted to make that distinction earlier. I might have missed that, where he said white Europeans with dark skin. Well, and then black Europeans with light skin. That means this is why we make a distinction and say modern Europeans. All right, to make that distinction. But if you know that, then we're cool, right? So they paid the sons in the Moorish fleets to protect them on the seas. So what do you get? You get people, oh, well, they owe us money. No. That was a contract, business contract with those sons on the Moorish fleet. Now, maybe they left them and owed them some money at the end. I don't know. I don't have those records. But we need to be real clear about what that is about. So I wanted to make that clear, that we understand that the states, that the USA is a union. Everybody knows it. They call themselves a union. They say they're addressed to the union. And all the states are members of said union. And all of them have to follow the law of the land in terms of not violating it. However, they have their own policies and procedures and de facto meeting rooms that they call courts. And I heard Nature mention it earlier. I even have a illustration on that. De facto semblance of that which is real, but it's not. All right, a true court has to have proof of attached to of jurisdiction. So one of the reasons why we get no remedy in them courtrooms is because they're not really courtrooms. They're meeting rooms. They're administrative venues. All right, they're administrative venues. They know, as was mentioned earlier, that we don't know, so let's try and do a numbers game. Let's try and do a numbers game on it. And so what I wanted to show, so I can get through this, is right here. So a little bit of proof for you on who they are and why there is no jurisdictional, they're not your government. And that's the other thing. I definitely need to say this. They keep saying that they're sitting in our seats. Don't believe that. Because if you read the Constitution, the law of this land, you know they're in the seats they're supposed to be in. So we need to kill that noise. All right. The reason we have Moorish American as a political jurisdiction is so that we are entered into and included. We brought them in, they didn't bring us in. All right. And as nature says, so we have our political jurisdiction of who we are, that, you know, as we move forward, or as we navigate. All right. We're in the numbers in that respect. We are members of, but we are not members of in terms of, well, we are in terms of the national. He made it clear, the free national republic constitution. They don't talk national anything. All right. Unless, again, back to language, they will say, well, this is a national business that we open, or a national company, or this is a international company, or this is a local company, like that. So if we understand these things, we know how to navigate through all of it. So here it says that administrators, because they are administrative venues, they're not courtrooms. They're starting to call themselves that right now, forced to. They're saying, we have a hearing date. Well, you just want to hear? You know, it's not about judicial, but read the book called Is Administrative Law Unconstitutional? And find that it is. And what you will find in it consistently, is how no matter what rule of law exists, they will try to go around it and coercively and trickery and deceit make it something else. And that is what they've done. And I'm only making a cap on this because someone spoke of democracy. So I really want to clear that up as well, so we can, because it's absolutely correct what they said. I want to add to it. But right here, I just wanted you to see that administrators have already defined governments succinctly. Governments are what? Corporations. And as much as every government is what? An artificial person. That's Amendment 14 that the prophet said you didn't need. And this is why. And they are an abstraction, a creature of the mind only. A government can deal only with artificial persons, of which prophet told you you're not a 14th Amendment. That's artificial person, because there's two types of persons. The imaginary, which is them and their stuff, has no reality or substance, cannot create or attain parity with the who? With the real flesh and blood. So I wanted to bring that to the table as well, so that we can know the difference and understand why most of the times we have a seemingly to be not getting a lead way, as we say, because we're not in court. It's de facto, and de facto means a semblance of that which is real, but it's not. So now, the democracy. It was mentioned earlier, on point, but let me just expand a little more on the facts or the truth, second principle, because sometimes the only thing that is true is that someone said it. It doesn't mean that it's a fact that they said it, but it doesn't mean it's true. In this case, let's expand on that. Let's expand on this thing about the democracy for a minute. He mentioned that, you know, it was either, I don't know which one mentioned it, but it was mentioned earlier that, you know, the democracy is not the republic. Well, first of all, here's the trickery and deceit, or here's the coercion and a little bit deceit that comes with them trying to attain their point. Now, it says a Republican form of government. We know exactly what that is. We're saying now that they're hollering a democracy in their minds, because this is the little, you know, trickery. Republican form, if you continue to read it, it means a representative form. Well, the democracy is a representative form. Nah, 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 nah. That's how they thinking. But the real truth about it is that what we are witnessing is them fighting each other, still having nothing to do with the upholding of the law of the land, the free national republic constitution of which they're all be held to. I don't care who is operating on the land. That's why it's called the law of the land. It doesn't matter. These are the rules. And yes, they are violating them. But again, because of our lack of knowledge, it's too easy to do, right? So now we have the Confederate. That's another fight between them. You see, because as I mentioned to you earlier, the United States of America is a union, and the Confederates, or what you call the Confederates, are a bunch of them, these modern Europeans or white folks, whatever you choose to identify with, but modern Europeans who were fighting each other because they wanted to start a union. They wanted to do the business. They fought each other for that position. So when you read, oh gosh, I can't remember what it's in. I think it's Geneva. No, not Geneva. Well, you will see that it says that they lost, and the only thing they have are their general rights. Now, that might help you explain why you have some of these people that are so modern European, who are so die-hard with the Constitution. And they ought to be, because it is the law of the land, and it will keep us all in, within the confounds of justice if we were to enforce it. But you'll see that's all they have. They're upset with each other because they couldn't get the Confederacy off. They couldn't start another union and take over the market, because the only duty that is concerned of the USA Union is to keep the market open. And they're failing on that. They're failing on that miserably right now as we speak. But that is their duty under the laws, under the law of the land, period. So the Confederate couldn't start their union, so they lost. And so now that's just quote unquote white folk against white folk, or modern Europeans against modern Europeans. We got to know when it is and where we are. All right. And if we keep the tenets of what was taught by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, as mentioned, we'll be good. But if we keep thinking that, these people are a governing authority over us, we're not good, because people right now are holding their breath. Now, I'm not talking about because they asked them to wear a mask, holding their breath, waiting for this all to be over and things can be back to normal. Well, guess what? You're forced to make changes. It's not going back that way. That you can forget about happening. It's not a fall. Everything takes its course. All right. It's not going back that way. You are forced to make changes. And not just you as a Moor, because the prophet came and he said, I am a universal prophet. My philosophy is universal. Universe. Uni is always one and verse is words. And I believe I heard Brother, Sheikh Ujo say, we need to say the same thing. Well, that's all the prophet was saying. Universe is one word, one verse. That's unity, that's nationhood, that's how it is. And the culture is always going to be the same because we have the same information and knowledge. All right. So, and that's what I want to go to as I explain love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, because, I definitely don't want anything to happen when I get to that for certain. All right. So let's get to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. First principle is love. Now, most people think of love as, affection, And you know, it says admiration and benevolence based on common interests, attachments. But people can also have devotion and love to an object. All right. It's something that you would deal with unselfishly, right? It's unselfish, loyal, benevolent concern for a beloved. So you can either be a beloved or you can have a beloved, right? So this is what they think. But the truth is that love is it's evolvement of thought. Because remember, man is mind. And everything we do, if you must read chapter 1, because that really is the answer to us creating our own reality. Because right now, with all this that's going on, you better be planting seeds of thought and creating your reality amongst all of this. Because remember, it says we're in the world, not of it. If it never has rung true before, it rings true now. All right. Truth. Now let me just say this. On my site years ago, in my initial, and it's correct, I'm just expanding on it, thought about these 5 principles. Well, first of all, when I came in, speaking again to the new people coming in, whenever you said this, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice out of order, someone's correcting you. And rightfully so, because it has a consequential meaning, which you're going to know why and how by the end of what I'm going to share with you. Believe me, you're going to know. You're going to see yourself. You're going to be able to be yourself, I trust. So it has a consequential pattern for a reason. You cannot say it out of order. You cannot. So this is why you're corrected. I remember when I was. I also want to say I remember when I first came into all the newbies who think they're the new Mars coming in. Well, principles don't change. So you can be new coming in, but did you gain the principles and do you exercise them for what they are? Is the question, new or not new, right? And this is something that I find having to say through email a lot. Well, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to change it this way. And I'm like, well, why? And then it'll be because I can. And see, this is what we have, the will of man. The will of man is what can get you in trouble. So what will you do with what you have and the powers that you have or the conditions that you have to create your own reality? All right. So principles do not change. New, old, or in between. But I used to, and nature can attest to this, I'm sure, because I go back and think about it. When I first came into, and I think a lot of you newcomers, as they want to call them, might be able to relate to this. When I first came in, I used to hear people saying all of these things that the prophet said and all of these quotes, and you know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting there saying, well, where did you get that from? Where did you hear that from? In the meantime, it was in the literature. So no one would really answer me, nature. Because he already knew you have the literature. And I'm saying to him, well, where is this stuff that you're saying? I don't, why are they saying this and saying that? See, it was on me and it's on you, because the prophet's work will unveil itself to you at your time, in your degree, period. So no one is out here, old more, new more, in between more, that is going to really give this to you, because it can't be given, it's from within. And I'm going to share with you what the principles, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice mean, so that you can begin. And it's something really to begin. It's something to just acknowledge that you've been doing. You've been doing it. You just don't know it. So I would say those things. And I want to share with you, and I went to an affair somewhere where I was asked to go to, and it was people in the bleachers and they wanted to ask all these questions. And I'm going to tell you how it happened. I'm sitting there and then, on the stage or whatever, and the people, the audience are asking questions, and all of a sudden, and I do mean this, all of a sudden, all of my answers was right out of what the prophet said. It just unveiled itself like a revelation that came through me at the appointed time, but only because I had already read it. I didn't receive it that same way yet, because that seed hadn't unfolded yet, but the information had hit my ears. The information was in the books that I was reading, which is why they're looking at me like, what is she talking about? What book? She already got them. She got the 101, she got the Quran. Like, what is she talking about? So that's how it happened to me. And it was like, it just started pouring out. All of the answers to the questions that the people were asking was already given by Prophet Noble Joy Ali, and suddenly it was coming through me, and almost like to a surprise to me, but it was because I had received it, and it was time for it to just unveil. So that's what it's going to be like when I explain to you what love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice means, and why, and how. We must learn by signs and symbols, as the prophet said. So, first principle, love. It is the involvement of thought. The source of thought comes from the brain, from the mind, because man is mind, right? So all things you do ought be, best to be, better to be in love, right? So after love, I used to say, if you have love, you have truth, you have love and truth, you have peace. If you have love, truth, and peace, you have freedom, and then justice is done. Yeah, it's true. So after love comes truth. Now, what is truth? This is where we are right now. What is truth? I know truth doesn't change and pass away. Truth is really, it's a consistency of thought, which is verified with verification. See, with verification, that's the study part. So that means just because someone said it, you have to go study so that it can be a part of your soul. It can be within you, right? You see it for yourself. And I can tell you for a fact that someone can tell, the prophet said, man does not know by being told. And he's right. He doesn't know by being told. You have to have these experiences yourself. So one of the things is you can read a book. Hakeem Bay's work is perfect as an example for me. And you read it, and then maybe 6 months later, a year later, you come back and read it again, and you get something else out of it. That's how that is, because you're verifying not just what it said that's truth, because it's not going to change whether you accept it or not. It's not, but you're verifying as you go down this road to take your place amongst the affairs of man. So truth, in short, would be agreement of thought. So you have love as the source of thought, the seed, right? Environment of thought, right? And then you have truth as the agreement of thought. So now we go to the third principle, which is peace. Well, what is peace? I don't know. People say peace is a sense of security. Oh, it most certainly is a sense of security, of order, of decorum, right? Harmony, right? And sometimes people will sit, it's silence. And then someone will say, oh, wow, they're at peace with themselves because they're not talking, they're not saying anything. Because remember, it's the thought that is the seed. The word is simply the fertilizer. And that's why you're told to be careful what you say, right? So when someone is sitting in silence, they'll say that they are at peace. That's peace. So peace then becomes tranquility of thought. Because thought is the seed, man is mind. So far we have the source of thought, environment of thought, which is love. We have the agreement of thought, which is truth. We have the tranquility of thought, which is peace. So what is freedom? Freedom means you're not subject to constraint of another. I mean, that's basically what freedom means, right? It's the quality, a state of being free. So then, as it pertains to man who is mine, freedom has to be liberty of thought. Because we're creating, we can't be constrained in our creating, right? And then we have the last one, which is justice. Because here's how it works. Justice is always being done. What you think as your seed, you manifest as your deed. And when I say deed, I don't mean a piece of paper deed, because it was mentioned earlier how many more seems to be so straight up commerce. And it's really interesting because I just told you why they got started, and you were already head of the world and spice and divine beings manifested in the flesh, right? You know, where if chapter 1 tells you too, you are over all of it, protoclass, beast, all of it. The heck did you need? You didn't need anything except for to maintain who you are and continue to take your place amongst the affairs of man. So so your seed is of thought. The seed is the thought, and whatever you think, you know, your words become the fertilizer of it. Whatever truth you agree to, without verification, or maybe with. Some people just are contemptible spirits. You know, we come back here to learn our lessons, right? And some people who are here come through what is called the contemptible spirit, and that's what they will be until or unless anything else occurs. So, you know, that's their journey, not yours. You're going to keep on the path of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and you'll be all right with whatever yours is, whatever it is you need to do. So then, you know, you have this freedom of your thought, and then you have the liberty of your thought, you have the tranquility of your thought with your peace, and then you got to get justice, which is in the end balance of your thought, not of my thought, not of her thought, not of his thought. Balance of your thought is what justice is, and that goes on all of the time. And so for those who are saying, well, I'm waiting for the judgment day, it's happening all the time. In fact, this reminds me, today is Saturday. Today is the only day that the energies are incoming and outgoing, you know, and so so we're here doing this electrifying age of information, and doing this presentation over the electrified age of information devices that the prophet told us we would be doing. And, you know, we're all feeling sort of laid back, but in a minute, we're gonna all want to feel like we want to go out and do something different, which is what was taken advantage of when we all went out and started partying on Saturday night, because we had that energy. But I'm just saying to you, that's a reset. Saturday is reset day, so just chill. It's a reset, and Sunday is the first day of the week. Then, now, and forever, because this is the dominion of the sun. So balance of thought is justice. Balance of thought is justice. That I'll tell you that justice is the constant and perpetual disposition to render every man his due. Correct. The impartial adjustment of conflicting claims and assignment of merited rewards or punishments. So whatever you do, it's going to be, the balance of thought is going to be justice. And I think I mentioned earlier, so that's retribution justice. And so that means that you're going to be retributed, or you know, tribute will come to you based on what you already contributed. And so this happens all of the time in your thoughts, in your deeds, because first you think it, that's the seed that's planted. Fertilize it with your words. If you write it, surely it's sealed. It will be done. And then it becomes a deed that you have done. And again, I want to be just like what Nature said earlier. I am not talking about the deed piece of paper in a commercial contract or in any other type of artifice as such. I'm talking about DEED actions, your deeds. Because all of this is based off of this divine knowledge. All of it is like almost superficial level of what is actually divine. And we are divine. We are chemical, spiritual, electrical divine beings. All right. And our law, our true law, is the law of our correspondence, is the universal law. Period. And we can't lose sight of that, because right now, as we're going through this, I hear people say it. I tell the pandemic, COVID, meaning I've heard it all, but COVID-19, like how many of us? Some people say, all right, well, they being the states, were supposed to come up with a national ID by October 2020. Just as an example, right? That this is what the real ID. Remember, everyone was all concerned about the real ID, not even knowing what that really meant. So, but you listen to a lot of people tell you. So they were supposed to have come up with that by the end of October 2020, and they can't, because they don't have the nationality. They can't. Well, because they're a corporation, they're a union. How can you issue anything? I just read it to you too, that which is real. It cannot be issued. So like, it's like, well, all right, so what happened was they came up with COVID-19, which is covert ID. You'll hear a lot of things. So I'm like, okay, let's see. This is going to change our DNA. The vaccine's going to change our DNA. The vaccine's going to change your identity. The molecular structure. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Maybe that's a good thought. There are people who have, I want you to hear this, all kinds of theories. Some we call conspiracy theories, and others maybe not. All kinds of flying around. I tell you, ball them all up, and it's all of that. Whatever you think that it is, let's just say it is. But what does it have to do with what you are going to do next? Just a pause on the thought, because this is when the prophet told you that this is your time. But if you are still wondering when the USA government union, or because government means to govern something. I'm governing RBB Publications right now, but that doesn't mean I have governing authority over anyone else. All right? Or govern the mental. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Govern the mental, government, your mind, your thought. So the justice will be balanced in the end for you. So this is what you have to think about. This is our time. I know it may not seem that way, but when you are forced to make changes and you're backed up against the wall, I bet you we could have an account right now of a lot of people who thought a lot of things that have changed their thinking today because of what is being forced upon them. That is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. It is a good thing. It is the time when the prophet said, he even gave you, someone mentioned about the warnings of the prophet. He even gave you the warning signs, when to look for it. That means he said, look, do this, study that, walk in the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Go study and figure it out. Go, evolve. in your degree. No man is you're not gonna know by being told. And you got some time. Let me give you a sign, because I came because you took too long anyway. Because remember, the prophet said, I'm universal. So that's universal law. That's not man's law at all. That's divine law for sure. And so we started falling into the other thing. So he came and said, yo, wake up, wake up. Wake up, you sleepyhead Morris. Now look, I'm coming to you because I love my people. You are my people. And but really because you clearly need it the most. Now, what have we been experiencing? Many of us, and even of the people, the presenters prior that were on prior. I know I experienced it firsthand because of all of the things that the prophet said, they have come and they're still coming. But he gave us that warning time when he talked about Obama, well, what came out to end up being Obama when he said there would be an Asiatic president or Asiatic vice president. Look, everything is correct. This is our time. But, we experience when you're sharing with someone. Some people are going to always share because that is what they are missioned to do as missions or missionaries of this information. They're not made. Sheiks are not made. The prophet already told you that. They are born. So don't get enamored with the title. Just as was mentioned before, I believe someone said something about just because you have an L or a Bay. Oh, please say that again. Because a lot of they think, well, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna nationalize. No, the prophet said that you must, all members must claim their free national. Let's see, free national. Okay, all members must claim or declare. Excuse me. Well, actually, it's two parts to that. The first one, he says, all members, if you have it in front of you, must declare their nationality. That's what he says. In that same Act 6, he says all members must declare their nationality. Then he says, right down there in the next paragraph, next line, in these days and times, they must proclaim their free national name. So what he was saying is, please be clear first about who you are so you can take your place amongst the affairs of man. So this is a process of learning. So we have all this time where where we're to do this. So what we experience, and one of the things that he said that I know I've experienced before, is I was talking with someone who actually wanted me to explain some stuff to them. And I'm talking to them and I'm explaining to them. They're asking for it. And I watched them. I watched them go to sleep. Because the prophet said, if I tell you everything, you'll go back to sleep. So I experienced that revelation. I experienced knowing what that meant. So that means that we need to set up institutions of learning so that we can learn by degree. So that's not my idea. He said you must have a school. So now here you are, here many are, because many shall go in the earth, to and fro in the earth, seeking knowledge, and knowledge shall increase. We are in that right now. But we need to have what he said, the structured school classroom, teaching type structure. But guess what? Ain't nobody pining about the fact that it didn't really happen, because in reality, it's happening. It's going to happen. And what's beautiful about it is that you either want this or you don't. No one's trying to convince you of anything because we can't. No one can convince anyone. People will say, well, I want to, look at our people. And I don't want to really get into this because there's a whole lesson about Christianity. But all you got to do is go to chapter 46 of the Circle 7 Holy Quran, and he'll tell you about the beginning of Christianity. He tells you who it was for. He tells you, to give that back. But a lot of our people are so ensconced in it, they can't let it go because of the name of Jesus, they say. But that's all right too, because he said this Holy Quran is for all those who love Jesus, as a matter of fact. So check that out. So, you're either gonna let go and evolve in love, or we're gonna continue to, we don't argue anymore. There's not, what is there to argue about? Facts are facts. Look it up for yourself, and then let's do this thing. So
Islam, Empress Raz. So
yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can give out information about where people can contact you.
I sure am. I'm about to now. How many more minutes do I have? Because I want to throw up my last
your time is up. I mean,
can I just put this one?
Absolutely.
All right, and I'm going to do that. Thank you. That is a perfect cue for what I want to do. Just let me put this up. I gotta put my glasses on again. Excuse me, everyone. And that perfect cue about here it is right here. All right, now is my screen up or not? Do you see that?
No, not yet.
All right.
Sheldon?
Share. Now you see it?
Now I see it, yes.
Beautiful. This is such a beautiful ending when I spoke about school. First of all, if you want to contact me, please use rvbay2020@gmail. Do not come about classes. I am definitely, and I want to thank you, Sheldon and Pujo and the group, whoever administrated this with you, because I will show you how this works. I was saying to myself, I got a building and I was going to do some registered or pre-signed up classes. And I said, I've got to get some sort of program where I can actually do classes and show my, pictures, because I've got a whole lot of depictions and expressions that must be done visually to learn. And this program you have here, I like it. So you answered that for me, or the universe answered that for me. Absolutely answered that for me. So I will be doing that. Contact me at rvbay2020@gmail.com for those who may be interested in some of the wonderful astrology. I consider myself an elementary teacher. I ain't trying to be greater than, bigger than, none of that. Elementary, because that's what we need. But for me to end this, I want you to just look at what's on the screen, and I want you to understand that you have love. At the crown, when you see head, that's love. Because if you stand, like the 5-pointed star, and you got arm, leg, head, which is Allah, and the other way around, if you go HALLAH, is Hala, which means holy or holistic. As they say, Allah be thy name, it means holistic and holy. So it doesn't matter which way you go, but love is the top, and that is your head. On your right, you have truth. That is your arm. And on your other arm, you have peace. Now, right there, what are you supposed to be armed with? When they say you have the right to bear arms, you need to bear the truth and peace. That's what that really means on a divine level. Not whether you have a shotgun or whatever like that. This is what you're to bear. And with that, your leg of freedom can step. You can walk unshackled in freedom, and then allow you to walk into justice and allow it to be done. That is the 5-pointed star. You will have people tell you that is some secret society crap, just like they do with the eye and the pyramid, and just the pyramid represents harmonies of this astrology sign. It matches up to each of the harmonies. So with that, you think it, Those seeds of thought must be done in love. That is the first principle. And all else will come unto you. You are walking love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. How you use it is really totally on up to you. So I will be doing classes on astrology, which I absolutely love, at rvbay2020@gmail.com. Contact me there and I'll give you the other information. Again, thank you for having me. Peace and love to all.
Islam. Woo! Woo! What a way to finish up, man. This was amazing.
All right.
This was really, really amazing. I think a lot of the Moors can agree that this must have been, this has to be the best Drew Ali Day so far to date. I mean, this was absolutely amazing. Prophet's got to be smiling at this one. It's got to be laughing and giggling at this one, saying, "Yeah, my Moors did some good work today." Yeah, this was awesome. All right, so next up we have announcements of the Drew Ali Award recipients. And I'm gonna read them out. I got the email here from Brother Omar. And I'm gonna read them out. All right, so the Drew Ali Award recipients are Zahariel L, Elijah Bay, Olivia Bay, Omar L Bay, Yasun L, Mocha El Bay, Amun El Bay, Damari Ma'at Bay, Morocco Bay, Masai Bay, Christine Ipso Jur Bay, Ramp L, Honey L, Kalani L, aka I can only be myself, Fortune L Bay, Jace Bay, O'Day L, Jace L, correction, Jace L, O'Day L, Ja Trey L, M Kiba L, C Kiba L, Farron Bay, Janessa L Bay, Kanye L Bay, Jaden L Bay, Mesriel L, Dale Swift, and Cabby Richards. All right, those are the winners of the Noble Drew Ali Day awards. So congratulations. And next up, we are going to have the raffle. So there was a bunch of you that that entered a raffle to win a pair of Sakina Moore shoes. Now I'm going to see if I can share my screen here, and I'll show you. Let's see. All right. So I'm going to do the random selection live so everybody can see it. Those of you that are watching will be able to see it live. First, I'm going to show you the web page so you get an idea of the brand. So For some of you that don't know, I started a brand of sport luxury shoes called Sakina More. The meaning of Sakina More is a compound name that I made up. Sakina and Amor. So Sakina is Arabic and Swahili for inner tranquility, and Amor is a love affair. So Sakina More means a love affair with inner tranquility. And as you can see, here's the website. Right, just gonna scroll down a little bit. That's how you spell it, Sakina More. Yes, that's me. Just giving you a little idea. And so it's footwear, and soon I'm gonna be getting into accessories. And here's the logo. The logo is a candle within a keyhole. And it has a lot of meaning. There's a lot of depth and meaning to the logo. The candle represents your inner passions and your inner flame. And once you find out what that is, it's like a candle gets lit within you. And to see that candle is kind of like looking through a keyhole. The keyhole representing the key to your soul, the keyhole to your soul. So when you peer into your soul, you see this candle lit. And that passion, once it's lit, there's a calmness that comes over you, and you know what your meaning of life is and your purpose of life is. And that calmness, that inner tranquility that you get, the longer you have it, the more you fall in love with that feeling. And once you fall in love with that feeling, you never want it to go. You never want to let it go. So that's what the logo and the name means. And this is pretty much, this ties into actually more science. When I found out about this, I fell in love with it. And, you know, and this is something that stayed with me, and it's going to stay with me for the rest of my life. So I give honors to the Prophet and all the Moors worldwide and the master teachers. So anyways, the website is called sakinamore.com. Go check it out. I'll put it in the chat. Here's some of the shoes based out here in Germany. Right, that's to everybody. Some of the shoes, the alloys, just a fast little look. Made of leather and debossed suede. Handmade, all of them are handmade in a sample room. So normally shoes are made on a production line. So this pattern here is suede. It's embossed suede. So this pattern is in suede. So just giving you all a visual of what it looks like. So that's the website. There's sport luxury, so everything is leather. Outside is leather. The suede is all cow leather. The suede is also cow leather, and the inside is calf leather. It's all leather, so it's a luxury product. And I'll show you just one more. This is a favorite for a lot of men and women. This is the tunicate. And as you can see, the suede pattern. And this one, a lot of people like it because it has asymmetrical lacing. So you can see the lacing goes towards the inside. Right, and there's also the back. There's lacing in the back. So anyways, this is what the raffle is for. Whoever wins can just come on the website, choose whatever shoes they want, and we ship them to you. Check them to, you know, they're yours, all right? Okay, so on to the raffle. Now, just to show you, these were the people that entered the raffle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 20 recipients, 20 entrants, I should say, that entered. So just so that I'll do it live, I already copied them in here, but I'll delete all of this and I'll do it again. All right. So I'm copying all the email addresses, as you can see. And I'm going to post them in here. All right. So these are all the entrants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay? Everybody can see it. Next, enable 3-step random process certification. And so now I'm going to click on this and it's going to generate a random winner. All right, so let's do this. All right. And so the winner is what's that? Gibbs Sterry 46 yahoo.com 2. So that's the winner. I don't know who that is. Cujo will have the name of this entrant. He's gonna let me know. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you an email with the information as to what you got to do, and you do that. You go, you pick it out, and I ship them to you. Hopefully, we have your size. At present, we only go up to size 12, so hopefully you're not size 13. So congratulations. I'm seeing in the chat Gib. I don't know who that is, but congratulations. And yeah, hope you like the shoes. When you get them, please let me know what you think. If you're on social media, it would be great to post, you know what I mean? And post the unboxing and stuff like that. So this was amazing. I have to say, this was absolutely, absolutely amazing. This was great. This was absolutely great. This was the best Juali day. I don't know, Cujo, do you have any closing remarks you want to add, or Brother Omar, any closing remarks? I think Juali would be proud of us today, and the one thing that one of the few things that I got from all the master teachers today is definitely the 5 principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and coming together under one accord and really working together and not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and what is not broke doesn't need any fixing. It was very, very inspiring. Our master teachers are well ahead of their time. I mean, we talked about Master Hakim and what he's done, but then, Master Nature and what he's done with the trucking company and the businesses and so on. And Asir and his family, and what he's doing and what he's accomplished with, you know, Cordoba Organics and all the historical knowledge that he's presented. And then you have, you know, Empress Rahsmariah Bay. Think about it. She started an online university years ago, and it's more relevant today than ever before. Just think about that. With all the people that are now that can't go to school and they got to learn online and so on and so forth, there's already an online university. So how ahead of its time is RB Bay Publications, if you think about that. So this was amazing. This was an amazing Juali Day. I'm honored to be a part of it. I'm honored to be you know, part of so many esteemed, sophisticated, classy, honorable Moors. This was great. And so give thanks, honors to the Prophet, Noble Juali, always, every day. Happy Solar Return Day, Prophet. Happy Solar Return Day, Empress Raz. And yeah, let's close out with the prayer. Or if there's anything else Omar or anybody else wants to add before we close out with the prayer.
Happy solar return, Empress Rahsmariah Bay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Peace and love.
Peace.
All right. So we'll close out with the prayer. Everybody stand and face the east. Stand and face the east, everyone. Feet at 45-degree angle. 5 on the left, 2 on the right. Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love. Truth.
Peace.
Freedom. And justice.
Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector. My guide.
My guide.
And my salvation.
My salvation.
By night.
By night.
And by day.
And by day.
To a holy prophet.
To his holy prophet.
Noble Juali.
Noble Juali.
Ashe.
Amin. Ashe.
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 Ashe. Ashe. Islam.
Islam.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, Moors.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, family.
Love.
Peace and love. Love Yasun.
Peace and love.
Islam.
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 Peace and love.
Peace and
Peace and love.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. Islamos.
Islam. Islam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Islam. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
This conference will now be recorded.
Are you recording it now?
No, I'm just checking to see what the saving to the cloud. Yeah, you just gotta press pause on